Chapter 2641. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes. After witnessing the 9 demon emperors' insane defense, he didn't want to test it out again because he really didn't have the time to waste. Whether it was his sister Du Xiaojing, his drunkard father Du Xiaoyao, or little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, and the others, they all needed his support. If he wanted to break the current situation, he had to kill at least 1 demon emperor. Although the 9 demon emperors' blood-red armor condensed from demonic qi was strong enough, if he really went all out, it didn't mean that he couldn't do anything to him. The defense of the 9 demon emperors' armor was said to be close to that of a demon god. But from that attack just now, Du Xiaofu knew that such a defense was only said in name. Even if it was comparable to a demon god's defense, it definitely wouldn't be a demon god at his peak. Otherwise, his holy sword roar wouldn't have been able to break the armor and injure the 9 demon emperor. However, although he knew this, it didn't mean that Du Xiaofu underestimated the 9 demon emperor at this time. At the very least, the 9 demon emperor's defense was not much weaker than his immortal Xian body. With that thought in mind, Du Xiaofu's hand moved. The purple gold heavenly tower in his hand suddenly trembled and gathered an immeasurable amount of energy, shining brightly. Then his body flashed and disappeared in the void. He used the Fuyao style and directly rushed in front of the 9 demon emperor, breaking through the void, dominating sword way. Du Xiaofu roared. The broadsword carried an extremely sharp aura, flashing and unstoppable. Without any fancy moves, it slashed toward the 9 demon emperor's head. Roar! As the sword fell, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise roared ferociously, shaking the void. A terrifying pressure instantly spread out in the air. The incomparably dominating sword aura cut through the void and fell on the 9 demon emperor's head. Humph! The 9th demon emperor snorted coldly. As he retreated, the blood-red armor on his body squirmed and transformed, covering his head and face, forming an even tighter defense. Even his eyes were covered by a thin layer of demonic light. Du Xiaofu's spatial technique was too strange. Even if the 9 demon emperor wanted to dodge it, it was too late. No matter where he went, the other party would be able to catch up to him in a flash. Therefore, he could only defend with all his might and passively fight. As for Du Xiaofu, it was obvious that he wanted to pursue him with all his might in an attempt to kill him. How could such thoughts be hidden from the 9 demon emperor? If you want to hurt me, you'll have to pay the price yourself. Limitless underworld flames kill. The 9 demon emperor bellowed coldly as he watched Du Xiaofu's broadsword descend upon his head. He could clearly feel the terrifying sharpness of the sword descending upon him, causing his heart to palpitate for no reason. However, due to the protection of the blood-red armor, the 9 demon emperor was not worried that this attack would cause him too much damage. Instead of being chased by Du Xiaofu, he would rather fight it out with him. Even if he was injured, he would not let his opponent have an easy time. As the 9 demon emperor spoke, he raised both his palms at the same time. Demonic qi continued to gather on his palms, condensing into 2 balls of dark flames. Then he clasped his palms together. Within the raging flames, the 2 balls of flames instantly collided and fused together, turning into an even more vast ball of black flames. His aura skyrocketed. Following that, an extremely strange and boundless aura spread out. The flames burned silently, as if they had burned through the netherworld and had come to this world. When such a ball of flames was formed, Du Xiaofu's sword light had already landed heavily on the 9 demon emperor's head. Qi La! The domineering sharpness of the sword light slashed down, wreaking havoc and cutting through the armor on the 9 demon emperor's head. During this process, the purple gold heavenly palace's momentum was greatly hindered, and its strength was reduced by more than 70%. However, the remaining ferocious force still managed to break through the 9 demon emperor's armor and landed on his head. That sharp aura directly cut through the 9 demon emperor's scalp and penetrated into his skull. Only then did it stop its momentum. At this time, The ball of dark flames in the 9 demon emperors' hands brazenly bombarded Du Xiaofu's chest. Boom! With the huge impact, Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying again. That ball of serene flame immediately shattered, exploding and scattering in the air. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped, as if a severe cold had suddenly arrived, freezing the entire void. In the distant sky, Du Xiaofu forcibly stopped himself in the void and swallowed a mouthful of blood. At his chest there was a bloody mess, which was caused by the 9 demon emperor. The flesh at the wound was covered with a layer of frost, emitting a faint cold air. The defense is indeed strong enough. Du Xiaofu circulated the Xian Qi in his body, and the immortal Xian body automatically repaired the wound. His eyes were burning as he looked at the 9 demon emperor. On the demon's body, the armor on his head cracked, and a 2-finger-wide crack appeared on his skull. Demon blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! The 9 demon emperor hugged his head and let out a howl in pain. After a fierce battle, both of them were seriously injured, and their blood and qi were shaken. Void 8 trigrams. After a while, Du Xiaofu suddenly shouted, and the purple gold heavenly palace in his hand was released, and it floated in the void in front of him. Then his 10 fingers moved rapidly, forming a series of complicated and strange hand seals. Buzz, as the hand seals formed, the void 8 trigrams formed again in the sky above him, circling and emitting a vast aura. At the same time, the thunder martial vein and the 8 spiritual thunders rushed out at the same time, entangling with the 8 trigrams and complementing each other. Boom, boom, whoosh, whoosh, heavenly lightning, earthly fire, mountains, rivers, and lakes appeared above his head and below his feet, setting off his purple-robed body, making him look like a deity. Kill. In the void 8 trigrams, Du Xiaofu reached out and grabbed the purple gold heavenly palace in front of him. Then he stretched out his body and dove toward the 9 demon emperor. The void 8 trigrams, thunder, martial vein, heavenly lightning, earthly fire, mountains, rivers, and lakes, everything moved with his body in the void, and in a flash he was next to the 9 demon emperor. Heaven above and earth shaking, heavenly lightning destruction. Du Xiaofu shouted. Under the 8 trigrams, heavenly lightning rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Dazzling runes intertwined to form a giant lightning net, which traversed the universe. The Yang Qi swept out and suppressed the 9 demon emperor directly. God-slaying heavenly demon fist, open for me. Facing Du Xiaofu's attack again, the 9 demon emperor swung his fist violently. Layers of demonic qi gathered on his fist, and he fiercely smashed it toward the giant lightning net. Boom! Terrifying vibrations spread out. The moment the 2 different energies collided, they instantly exploded. Dense runes and mysterious runes surged out, whistling in all directions like a flock of ants leaving their nest. They eroded the void, forming a terrifying black hole, which seemed to be able to devour everything. The 2 people in the center of the energy surged out of their bodies, and they quickly retreated from the area. While retreating, Du Xiaofu's hands were still forming seals, and an invisible power rippled. With him as the center, the 8 trigrams in the void continued to spread out. The 8 trigrams evolved, changed, and derived, heaven above and earth below. Earthly fire, bright destruction. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed, billowing flames spewed out from the void under his feet. It was like a sea of fire rising, intertwining, entangling, and fusing with the lightning to form an even more powerful attack. Kid, I won't let you have an easy time today. The 9 demon emperor roared angrily. He waved his fists again, and he fought with Du Xiaofu. Both of them had profound cultivations, and their strength was not ordinary. Every move they made contained an enormous amount of power. The thunder roared, the sea of fire boiled, and waves of demonic qi surged, causing the void to be annihilated, and the world to lose its color. However, When one's strength had reached such a level, it was difficult for anyone to deal with the other party in a short time. However, Du Xiaofu adopted the method of exchanging injury for injury and fighting with his life on the line. He was fighting with his life on the line, and he would be able to last until the end. For a time, purple gold blood and demonic blood scattered, igniting the void. Attack after attack landed on each other, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. On the other side, Du Xiaoyao and the other half-step Heavenly Saint experts were locked in a fierce battle. In the lineup of the Sanlu Kyushu realm, besides Du Xiaoyao who had reached the half-step Heavenly Saint realm, there were also Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Jialo Juyu, Little Qilin, Du Yunlong, Zhen Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, Zixian, Du Xiaohuang, Chang Guyu, and so on. There were a total of 14 half-step Heavenly Saints. On the side of the devil religion, there were 12 half-step Heavenly Saint experts. The overall strength of both sides was not too different, but because everyone had just broken through, there was not an insurmountable gap in their cultivation. So, for a time, no one could do anything to the other. However, the experts of the 3 continents and the 9 continents were at a slight advantage in the overall battle because they had the advantage in numbers. However, it was not easy to take down the devil religion in a short period of time. To the people of the devil religion, although they were at a disadvantage in numbers, they had more than enough to protect themselves. Among the people of the devil religion, the ones who received the most care were Moksha and Mo Lingzi. Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaojing attacked together and fought fiercely with Moksha. Both of them knew that Moksha should have the divine thunder cauldron on him. Now that they had reached the most critical moment, the importance of the divine thunder cauldron was obvious. Only by suppressing this person would they have the chance to obtain the purple thunder cauldron. Because of the joint attack of the 2 terrifying experts, Moksha seemed to be a little flustered and did not have time to deal with it. In the end, he actually summoned 2 divine thunder cauldrons and attacked Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaojing at the same time. You actually have 2 divine thunder cauldrons on you. Today they are mine. Du Xiaoyao's huge red-bone horse, monkey body, occupied the void. Her huge palms swept across the sky and broke the sky. She roared angrily and pressed down on Moksha again and again. Du Xiaojing's slender figure also moved. Her fierce attacks were like a storm, covering Moksha within. Not far away from Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, and Moksha, Mo Lingzi's situation was almost the same as Moksha's. Du family's bloodline, but you are willing to be the lackey of the devil religion. Damn it! Du Tingxuan's long lightning spear pierced through the boundless void and attacked fiercely. Today we will take off his hood and take a good look at his identity and how he is related to my Du family. Du Yunlong controlled the hallowed bell and moved horizontally in the void. A boundless and heavy aura exploded and crushed the sky. Now, I am also a half-step heavenly saint and am not weaker than the 2 of you. So, if you want to touch me, the 2 of you are not enough. Unless Du Xiaofu personally takes action. Mo Lingzi's black robe covered his body and his face, making others unable to see his true appearance. His tone was calm and unwavering. Even though he was surrounded by 2 people, he still seemed to be extremely calm. Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Mo Lingzi all had lightning martial veins. In the fierce battle, terrifying lightning constantly collided and intertwined in the void, releasing a terrifying aura. To deal with you, there is no need for my 3rd brother to take action. Du Yunlong snorted coldly. His cloud robe fluttered, and the hallowed bell was like an extremely majestic mountain. It carried a terrifying force and pressed down with a rumble, falling directly on Mo Lingzi's head. Dang! A vast bell sound reverberated, deafening the deaf and causing the heaven and earth to tremble. The endless heavy aura was emitted, and the light was like the water of the Milky Way as it poured down, shattering and disintegrating the void. With just the 2 of us, it's enough to kill you. Du Tingxuan's spear pierced out, breaking through layers of spatial obstructions and directly approaching Mo Lingzi. Roar! A lightning dragon roared and rushed out from the spear, breaking the void with its roar. The dragon opened its mouth wide, wanting to swallow Mo Lingzi's entire body. I said, "The two of you are not enough. Divine lightning cauldron, go." Mo Lingzi lightly snorted and suddenly waved his hands. Two black shadows whizzed out. One went to meet the hallowed bell above his head, and the other went to block the lightning dragon in front of him. When the two black shadows streaked across the void, there was a vast purple gold lightning crazily pouring down with monstrous momentum. You actually have two divine lightning cauldrons. The devil religion really thinks highly of you. Such a scene caused Du Tingxuan's gaze to harden fiercely. The reason why he and Du Yunlong didn't let Mo Lingzi go was indeed because they wanted to know his true identity. In fact, Du Tingxian had already guessed it in his heart. However, without seeing it with his own eyes, he wasn't willing to believe it. It could be said that Mo Lingzi's existence had already become a knot in Du Tingxuan's heart. If he couldn't personally take off his hood and see his true appearance, this knot in his heart would be hard to untie. At this moment, Mo Lingzi raised his hand and threw out two divine lightning cauldrons. It could be seen that the devil religion really thought highly of this person. Who knew if there was some unspeakable secret behind this move? I have the lightning martial vein and the help of the divine lightning cauldrons. What makes you think you can suppress me? Mo Lingzi calmly said, not caring about Du Tingxian and Du Yunlong's attacks at all. The two divine lightning cauldrons whistled through the air and collided with the hallowed bell and the lightning dragon at almost the same time. Boom! Dang! A huge explosion, and the sound of the bell resonated at the same time. Instantly, a terrifying sound wave rippled out and impacted in all directions. The hallowed bell was struck into the air, humming and vibrating endlessly. As for the lightning dragon that Du Tingxian stabbed out, it exploded in a split second. The destroyed lightning was crazily devoured by the divine lightning cauldrons. The figures of the three of them moved backwards at the same time, dodging the torrent of energy that filled the sky. Du Tingxian and Du Yunlong retreated 100 miles before stabilizing their bodies. Looking at Mo Lingzi again, he was sent tumbling away by the two's attacks, and only stopped after 1,000 miles. So what if you have the divine lightning cauldrons? I'm afraid you don't even have the ability to refine them. Du Yunlong lightly snorted. His body stretched taut like a large bow as he abruptly shot towards Mo Lingzi in the air. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and beckoned. The hallowed bell hummed as it moved, crushing through the endless void and fiercely crushing towards Mo Lingzi's location. Kill. When Du Yunlong made his move, Du Tingxian also made his move. The thunder dragon spear in his hand was dragged behind him as he stepped on the endless void and ran wildly. With every step he took, the void directly burst open. Kill. Mo Lingzi also lightly shouted. Endless purple gold lightning poured out from the two divine lightning cauldrons and poured into the lightning martial vein outside his body. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolts above his thunder martial vein became incomparably thick, releasing an extremely terrifying aura. Walala! Under Mo Lingzi's control, the lightning martial vein followed in the void. This lightning martial vein that was supported by the divine lightning cauldrons was like a huge net that enveloped the sky. Bolts of purple gold lightning bombarded down and collided with Du Tingxian and Du Yunlong once again. Xiaojing, I'll leave this moksha to you for a while. I'll go help your father and kill that Mo Lingzi first. In the distance, Du Xiaoyao spied on the scene over there and couldn't help but say to Du Xiaojing, that pair of scarlet pheasant monkey eyes that were as bright as the sun bloomed with golden light. No problem, leave this to me. Du Xiaojing responded. Her beautiful figure flashed, and one attack after another was launched towards moksha. In fact, she was also very puzzled in her heart. Who was that Mo Lingzi's true identity? What kind of relationship did he have with the Du family? Why did he have the lightning martial vein? Her father seemed to have already guessed it, but he wasn't willing to mention it. She also didn't want to ask too much. However, this matter wasn't only a knot in her father's heart for Du Tingxian, it was also an unresolvable gloom for the entire Du family. Through her brother's information, many people in the Du family knew that the lightning martial vein was set up by the Du family's ancestor. However, their ancestor fell because of the demon god. Now, there was a descendant who had the lightning martial vein who was willing to be controlled by the demon god. This made everyone in the Du family feel very puzzled, and at the same time indescribable grief and indignation. Chapter 2642. It could be said that as long as Mo Lingzi wasn't eliminated, it would be a stain on the entire Du family. To the Du family, a person who had forgotten his ancestors was someone that everyone had the right to punish. Du Xiaojing was also a member of the Du family, so of course he also had such a complex. Now that everyone had broken through to the half-step heavenly saint realm, her father and second brother were still unable to take down Mo Lingzi even under their joint efforts. This made her feel somewhat anxious in her heart. At this moment, Du Xiaoyao proposed to help her father and second brother deal with Mo Lingzi, and she immediately agreed to it. Ayo! Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse monkey's body let out an earth-shaking roar, and her mountain-like figure crossed over. With a few strides, she had already arrived in the middle of Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Mo Lingzi's battle circle. That enormous red-bone horse, monkey's palm descended from the sky, and endless mighty force poured out, as if it covered the entire sky, shattering the void. You think you can do anything to me just because you have more people? Facing Du Xiaoyao's ferocious addition, Mo Lingzi spoke calmly. However, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent when he made his move. The strength of these 3 people wasn't inferior to him. If he didn't treat them seriously, he might really die here today. Nether Bloodlight, Hell's Gate. Open. Mo Lingzi let out a deep roar as his hands continuously formed seals. A bizarre and indescribable charm rapidly spread out in this space. Immediately after, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the void. Endless evil aura surged out from the crack, spreading out in the void. In the eyes of Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoyao, waves of evil aura surged in the void like raging waves. In just an instant, the evil aura condensed into a substance, turning into a sea of blood that overflowed the sky. Woo! Suddenly, the wails of evil spirits resounded from within the spatial crack. Following that, one after another, ferocious scarlet eyes shot out from within, followed by countless evil spirits and evil spirits. Like an army of the netherworld, they broke through the seal of the domain, stepping on turbid waves of evil aura beneath their feet. Their bloody claws were sharp and their fangs were dense. The instant they charged out of the crack, they pounced towards Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoyao. Roar! A large swathe of malicious ghosts rushed up into the sky, directly entangling little demon Du's huge golden palm. A terrifying, dark, and ruthless aura was released, the fanged halberd opened, and the sharp claws tore. In just a moment, it caused little demon Du's huge palm to peel off a large amount of golden light, and the originally fierce and ferocious aura also weakened a little in an instant. You have the lightning martial vein, but you use such a sinister trick. Du Tingxian snorted coldly. His long spear was like a wild dragon, fiercely thrusting out, and the vast power of thunder and lightning. With a twist, a large number of evil spirits that pounced in front of him were shattered into pieces in the void. Clang! Under Du Yunlong's control, the sacred bell of laying desolation rang loudly. After a deafening sound, countless evil spirits and evil spirits collapsed and dissipated into nothingness. Evil spirits and evil spirits, kill them all! Du Tingxian shouted loudly. With a wave of his hand, the lightning martial vein moved, and terrifying thunderbolts struck down, tearing through the void and shaking the universe. the mighty young aura swept out, carrying the power to destroy everything, and directly enveloped the evil spirits that filled the sky. Thunderbolts poured down, roaring and roaring. Large numbers of evil spirits were directly blasted into pieces by this fierce and overbearing power. You want to stop me with such petty tricks? Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Du Xiaoyao shouted coldly. His huge palm swept across the sky, facing the evil spirits, and did not dodge. His palm fiercely slammed down, brazenly crushing countless evil spirits, and evil spirits were crushed into pieces, and they let out miserable cries that sounded like they were crying to the heavens and the earth. Then the energy in Du Xiaoyao's body erupted, and the momentum of his palm did not decrease at all, directly slamming into the boundless sea of blood. Sacred bell of laying desolation, suppress. Du Yunlong also moved, and an incomparably heavy aura erupted from the sacred bell of laying desolation. It was as if a mountain was collapsing, and bright thunderbolts lingered on it, adding to its ferocious power. Chi-la! The boundless sea of blood in the void directly collapsed under the power of the huge red-bone horse, monkey's palm, and the sacred bell of laying desolation. Boom, boom, boom! Violent explosions resounded, and densely packed runes flew out. It was as if 10,000 mountains were collapsing, and 1,000 waves came roaring, causing the entire void to boil. The spatial crack that seemed to connect the netherworld to hell melted like ice under the terrifying fluctuations. Kill! Mo Lingzi roared. He never thought that he would be able to stop the three of them with this method. Seeing that Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and Du Xiaoyao were quickly breaking his method, his figure also moved. In each of his hands there was a purple, lightning, profound cauldron, and he fiercely threw them in the direction of Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong. Among the three of them, the ones that he feared the most were these two. One of them had the body of a red-bone horse monkey, and the other controlled an unparalleled treasure like the sacred bell of laying desolation. Only by relying on the purple lightning profound cauldron could he slightly contend against the three of them. After the two divine lightning cauldrons were thrown out, Mo Lingzi's figure flashed, and he pounced towards Du Tingxian. Two masses of demonic qi were enshrouded in his palms. After he fiercely clapped his hands, they turned into a black spear, piercing through the void and releasing a terrifying aura. Come on! Du Tingxian lightly shouted, and the lightning dragon spear in his hand fiercely shook. Spatial ripples spread out, and terrifying lightning swirled around. Just as Mo Lingzi was about to get close, the spear swung horizontally, and the bright lightning turned into a thick dragon, sweeping out with its tail. Such a lightning dragon tail fiercely collided with Mo Lingzi's demonic qi that was formed by the demonic qi. After a bang sound, the two forces shattered one after another. Terrifying energy waves rippled, and the two figures were sent flying at the same time. Mo Lingzi died. At this time, Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong had repelled the two purple lightning profound cauldrons, and they had already surrounded Mo Lingzi. Taking advantage of the time when he was sent flying, Du Yunlong's conquering sacred bell and Du Xiaoyao's huge golden palm, one in front and one behind, arrived in front of Mo Lingzi and suppressed him. In his panic, Mo Lingzi didn't have time to make an effective defense. Demonic qi surged out from his body, wrapping his body within, and formed a shield with all his strength. Clang! With the suppression of the conquering sacred bell, this unparalleled treasure emitted a terrifying and heavy aura as it crushed down. Under this terrifying and heavy aura, the demonic qi shield outside Mo Lingzi's body shattered inch by inch, peeling off like a wall. Finally, with a bang, it completely shattered, revealing his body that was covered by a hood. And at this time, Du Xiaoyao's palm followed closely behind and fiercely slammed onto Mo Lingzi's chest. Boom! This terrifying palm was like the collapse of a part of the sky and directly sent Mo Lingzi flying, smashing through the boundless void. A mouthful of black blood spurted out from the mouth under the hood, dragging a long trace in the air. Mo Lingzi's clothes on his chest were torn apart, revealing his flesh and blood. However, the hood that covered his head was still intact, and there was no way to see his true appearance. Kill. With Mo Lingzi injured, how could Du Tingxian let go of such an opportunity? As he was sent flying, his imposing figure rose into the air, and like a bolt of lightning, he rapidly swept over. At the same time, the lightning martial vein that occupied the void turned into a huge net, and was even faster than Du Tingxuan's speed. It directly covered Mo Lingzi's head. Purple lightning, profound cauldron. Seeing Du Tingxuan's arrival, Mo Lingzi waved his hand while flying backward, and the two divine lightning cauldrons moved with a whistling sound. One of them rose into the air and faced Du Tingxuan's lightning martial vein. The other one was held in his hand and fiercely smashed down towards Du Tingxian, who had already arrived in front of him. The two purple lightning profound cauldrons both dragged along terrifying purple-gold lightning and brazenly smashed down. Even with the purple lightning profound cauldron in your hand, you won't be able to escape death today. Du Tingxuan's spear pierced through the void and turned into a lightning dragon. It roared as it rushed out and fiercely collided with the purple lightning profound cauldron. Boom! Amidst the loud collision, the two colors of lightning instantly exploded. A fierce and overbearing aura surged in the void, sweeping across and destroying everything. At this moment, Mo Lingzi and Du Tingxian were both sent flying. However, at this moment, Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoyao followed up and attacked. The hallowed bell rang, and the huge golden palm moved through the air. The two attacks, one after the other, still landed on Mo Lingzi's body without any hindrance. Under the suppression of the hallowed bell, Mo Lingzi's body burst open, and demonic blood splashed out, sprinkling into the void. After that, Du Xiaoyao struck out with a palm, and once again sent him flying, causing him to spit out a long blood arrow. If the three of us can't deal with you, Mo Lingzi, then this world deserves to be occupied by the devil religion and become a devil domain. Du Tingxian dragged a spear and swiftly swept over. As he took step after step in the void, the battle intent and murderous aura all over his body also crazily rose. This time, Mo Lingzi suffered the joint attack of Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong and was in an extremely difficult situation. How could he have the time to react? He didn't even have the time to use his devil qi to protect himself, and Du Tingxuan's spear had already arrived in front of him, aiming straight for his face. That fierce spear energy had yet to land, and it already caused Mo Lingzi to feel a piercing pain. At the same time, there was a fierce and invisible force that passed through his body and invaded his primordial spirit. If he was really hit by this spear, even his primordial spirit would have a hard time escaping, and he would end up dying an unnatural death. In a hurry, Mo Lingzi could only fiercely twist his body and tilt his neck back in an attempt to dodge this spear that carried a murderous aura. However, under the swift and violent momentum of the spear, it still pierced through his black robe, and that fierce spear tip pierced his covered nose. Do you think you can dodge it? Seeing that his attack had hit, Du Tingxuan's spear suddenly changed from a straight stab to a horizontal sweep, with the intention of splitting Mo Lingzi's head apart. However, at this time, Mo Lingzi had already slightly recovered his strength. His feet abruptly stopped in the void, and his figure retreated to the side. Poof! Although this spear of Du Tingxuan's didn't have any effect, under the eruption of that unparalleled power, it released a terrifying and fierce aura that still streaked across the side of Mo Lingzi's face, leaving a deep wound on his face. At the same time, a chila sound could be heard. The robe on Mo Lingzi's head was swept by the spear aura, and it directly exploded into pieces. Immediately after, Mo Lingzi's true appearance was finally exposed under the light of day. It was a handsome face, but at this moment it was completely pale. The tip of his nose and the side of his face were all injured by Du Tingxuan's spear. Fresh blood flowed out from the wounds, making him look extremely miserable. However, at this moment, there wasn't any miserable expression on this face, especially that pair of ash-white eyes. There wasn't any fluctuation of life in them. They were greenish-gray, like a pool of stagnant water without any ripples. When Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, and Du Tingxian saw this face, the attacks that they were brewing weren't able to land for a moment. It's him. With a single glance, Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong both recognized the identity of the person before them. The two of them exchanged glances with each other, both of them carrying some astonishment and at the same time some relief, although they had already guessed Mo Lingzi's identity. When they truly saw him with their own eyes, they still felt astonished. You guys have finally gotten what you wanted. Aren't you very pleasantly surprised and surprised? Mo Lingzi gently turned his head and looked at Du Xiaoyao and Du Yunlong. Finally, his gaze stopped on Du Tingxian. The words that came out of his mouth were still so indifferent, as if there wasn't any emotion to speak of. It's really you. Du Tingxian stared blankly at Mo Lingzi's face. After a long while, he muttered to himself with a sense of loss. In fact, he had already expected this outcome. However, when the truth was revealed, he still couldn't accept it. This young man was the younger generation that he valued the most back then. For the sake of his cultivation path, how much had he sacrificed? Du Chang, you're a member of the Du household, and the blood of the Du family flows in your body. Why are you willing to be the lackey of the devil religion? Du Yunlong stepped forward and asked coldly. Du household, Du Chang. These two names had already been forgotten by people for many years. However, today people had no choice but to remember them. The Mo Lingzi in front of them was precisely the most outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Du household, and the #1 talent of the entire Stone Dragon Empire, Du Chang. In his body, the blood of the Du family flowed, and he even had awakened the lightning martial vein. Who would have thought that as a descendant of the Du family with the lightning martial vein engraved by the heavenly Tao, he was willing to be controlled by the devil god and go against the Du family in every aspect? This caused people to feel bitterly disappointed. It was precisely because of this that all these years the people of the Du family wanted to uncover this person's true identity and reveal it to the world. They just wanted to see which descendant of the Du family would actually do such a thing of forgetting their ancestors. At this moment, when Mo Lingzi's true body appeared, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, and Du Tingxian felt indescribable grief and indignation in their hearts. Du household, Du family bloodline. Should I call you Uncle Tingxian? Ha! Mo Lingzi chuckled, but his expression didn't seem to have any fluctuations. He only said indifferently, "Everything I have today was given to me by the devil religion. How I want to do things is not up to you guys to tell me what to do." His tone was extremely dull. Even when facing Du Tingxian, there wasn't the slightest fluctuation, as if he was facing an unrelated person. Du Chang. Du Tingxian recovered from his initial grief and indignation, and suddenly shouted, "If you can realize your mistake and turn back today, I can make the decision to spare your life." Du Tingxian looked at Mo Lingzi with a burning gaze, his eyes carrying a hopeful expression. He truly hoped that the youth opposite him would agree to his request, even though he knew that it was almost impossible. However, there was still some unwillingness in his heart. No matter what, there was an inseparable relationship between him and Du Chang. Back then, Tianwu Academy's talisman department used the countless spirit herbs and heavenly treasures that Tianwu Academy had collected over the years. In addition, all the experts in the talisman department worked together to refine a single Mighty Emperor pellet after 3 whole years. In the end, it was stolen by Du Tingxian and given to the young Du Chang to consume. A single Mighty Emperor pellet helped Du Chang to establish his foundation and pave his cultivation path. In the end, he became the most talented person among his peers in the entire Stone Dragon Empire. It was also because of this that Du Tingxian was placed at the top of Qianwu Academy's bounty list. Furthermore, the first set of martial skills that Du Chang cultivated was also taught by Du Tingxian. If there wasn't Du Tingxian, there wouldn't be the Du Chang from back then. In fact, in the depths of Du Chang's heart, he was extremely grateful to his uncle Tingxian. When he saw Du Tingxuan's family being besieged by people of legalism and was unable to help, he felt guilty for over 10 years. However, back then, the devil religion suddenly attacked the Du residents. The king and Du Chang disappeared together and were taken away by the devil religion. After that, the young man in front of him used a hood to conceal his true appearance. He used the identity of Mo Lingzi to walk the world and serve the devil religion. When facing his uncle Tingxian, he could mercilessly make a move and become enemies of life and death, disregarding the kindness of the past. What a good way to mend one's ways! Should I cripple my own cultivation first to show my sincerity? Mo Lingzi's ash-white eyes indifferently stared at Du Tingxian as he spoke. Although his tone was indifferent and calm, it wasn't hard to hear the strong sense of ridicule within. Du Chang, you. Du Tingxian raised his thunder dragon spear and glared. He couldn't wait to stab the young man in front of him to death. Back then, in the entire Du residence, Du Chang was the younger generation that he valued the most. He also did his best to help him. However, he didn't expect that the little fellow with outstanding talent back then would now stand on the opposite side of him and become a loyal lackey of the devil religion. He was his enemy, the Du family's enemy, and the entire tricontinent Kyushu's enemy. His identity as Mo Lingzi could be said to be the shame of the entire Du family. It was also a blasphemy to the Du family's ancestor, who fell to suppress the demon god. Chapter 2643. Facing Du Tingxuan's mockery, Du Tingxian was furious. At the same time, he felt extremely pained. Second uncle, I think he's being controlled by someone. Du Yunlong walked to Du Tingxuan's side and said with a frown. Mo Lingzi's character was poles apart from Du Chang's back then. If it wasn't for the fact that his face didn't change much, making it impossible to deny his true identity, it would be impossible to connect him with that arrogant young man back then. I think so too. It should be the devil religion's method to control his primordial spirit. Du Xiaoyao's redbone horse, monkey body disappeared and turned into a golden-clothed young man. He walked to Du Tingxuan's side and said, no matter if it was Mo Lingzi's tone or his calm face that didn't reveal the slightest bit of emotion, it all seemed a little strange. It didn't seem like he was deliberately pretending. Since that was the case, there was only one possibility. After he was kidnapped back then, the devil religion laid down a method in his primordial spirit, turning him into a living puppet that could be ordered around as they wished. His primordial spirit is being controlled. Du Tingxuan's gaze moved slightly as he stared at Mo Lingzi. His mind was full of thoughts, and no one knew what he was thinking. Third uncle, no matter if his primordial spirit is being controlled or not, at least for now, he's still the devil religion's Mo Lingzi. If we can't kill or capture him, then it'll be a great disaster for all the living beings in our world. Du Yunlong didn't look at Du Tingxian, but seemed to know what he was thinking and said softly, I understand. Your third uncle isn't a 3-year-old kid. How can I not understand this? Du Tingxian sighed lightly and said, don't worry, I know what's right and what's wrong. I won't mess up my sense of propriety because of some things in the past. Du Yunlong's words did not reveal the true meaning, but when they fell into Du Tingxuan's ears, how could he not understand? This nephew of his was merely worried that because of his relationship with Du Chang in the past, he would show mercy to the current Mo Lingzi and couldn't bear to kill him. Now that the great tribulation had begun and the fiend celestial was about to recover, all living beings were in a precarious situation. They were fighting a bloody battle for survival. At this critical juncture, If he still indulged Mo Lingzi to wreak havoc on the world because of some personal feelings, then it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face because of Mo Lingzi's identity. He, Du Tingxian, and even the entire Du family could be said to be the sinners of this world. Du Tingxian naturally understood this kind of simple logic in his heart. Although he hoped that Du Tingxian could let go of his identity as Mo Lingzi and stop being so obstinate, Du Tingxian wasn't a pedantic person. He knew that this kind of situation was impossible unless he could erase the means the devil religion had placed on his primordial spirit. Therefore, both sides would still be enemies, facing each other in life and death. What's there to be long-winded about? Let's fight. Opposite Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Yunlong, Mo Lingzi straightened his body and stood upright in the void. The wounds on his face and the tip of his nose had already recovered a little under the wrapping of layers of devil qi. Blood was no longer flowing. The power of lightning left behind by Du Tingxuan's spear was also devoured by Mo Lingzi's lightning martial vein. Since you want to die early, how can I not fulfill your wish? Du Xiaoyao's golden clothes shook and golden light surged. With a roar, his body transformed into the red-bone horse monkey's original form and occupied the void. Boundless and vast aura erupted from his body, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. That golden light spread and permeated every inch of space. His eyes were extremely bright, and as they opened and closed, they were as dazzling as the rising and setting sun. Fight! Du Yunlong also moved, and the holy bell of laying desolation buzzed in the void. Under the effect of the lightning martial vein, lightning filled the sky and enveloped the entire holy bell of laying desolation, making it look as if it was bathing in a sea of lightning. 2 tyrannical auras intertwined with each other, and their might shook the heavens. That's fine too. Back then, I was the one who brought you onto the path of cultivation. Today, everything will be taken back by me. It can be considered as a beginning and an end. Du Tingxian lightly sighed, and then his gaze slowly became firm. Du Tingxuan's path of cultivation had traces that he couldn't erase. If he wanted to take back all of these grudges, there could only be 2 results. First, Mo Lingzi's life would end. Second, he would be captured and no longer be under the control of the devil religion. Du Tingxian held the Thunder Dragon Spear and pointed it at Mo Lingzi. Even if the 3 of you join forces, I'm afraid it's still difficult to take my life. Seeing the 3 closing in step by step, Mo Lingzi coldly snorted and leaped up. Torrential devil qi enshrouded his body and quickly spread out. At the same time, the 2 divine lightning cauldrons also returned to his side and floated on both sides of Mo Lingzi. Purple gold lightning poured out, releasing a terrifying aura of destruction. Kill! Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, and Mo Lingzi all shouted at the same time and pounced forward. The lightning martial vein was trembling, and thick bolts of lightning were like a shower as they rapidly whistled down, carrying a ferocious momentum that could destroy everything. The entire space trembled because of it. The difference in strength between the 4 of them was similar, but under the joint forces of the 3, Mo Lingzi could only deal with it in a panic and was in an extremely sorry state. However, he wasn't stupid. He didn't fight the 3 of them head-on and constantly moved around in the void. At the same time, he also had the assistance of the lightning martial vein and the 2 divine lightning cauldrons. The combination of the 2 was even more terrifying. Even though Du Xiaorao and the other 2 were suppressing Mo Lingzi and causing him to continuously suffer injuries, it was indeed difficult for them to do anything to him for the time being. Kill! Du Xiaoyao and the other 2 shouted, carrying an unparalleled killing intent as they closed in on Mo Lingzi step by step. The red-bone horse monkey's body moved across the sky, the desolation-suppressing holy bell fiercely suppressed, and the thunder dragon spear pierced through all obstacles. The bolts of lightning poured down like rain. Want to kill me? You guys think too highly of yourselves. Mo Lingzi held a divine lightning cauldron in each of his hands. In his fluster, he still managed to block the ferocious attacks. Mo Lingzi, so it's really Du Chang. In the surrounding battlefields, many experts also discovered the situation here, and Du Xiaofu was the same. Under the probing of the energy of his soul, everything that had occurred earlier had entered into his senses. Naturally, Mo Lingzi's true identity was also known by him. The bloodline of the Du family must not be controlled by the devil religion. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, and a sword light slashed out from the purple-gold heavenly vault towards the 9 demon emperor's head. The two of them fought for a long time, and neither of them could do anything to the other. And under Du Xiaofu's method of exchanging injury for injury, risking life for life, both of them had suffered great injuries. The 9 demon emperor's demonic body was covered with wounds. The demonic armor that covered every inch of his body was also severely damaged, causing many parts of his body to be exposed, and he could no longer continue to condense them. Du Xiaofu was the same. The indestructible Xian body burst open, and purple-gold blood poured out. Even his face was incomparably pale, without any color. The 9 demon emperor was fiercely forced back by Du Xiaofu's sword. Then, under his gaze, Du Xiaofu's body flashed with golden light, and his figure disappeared. It's this move again. The 9 demon emperor was already used to such a scene. He knew that this was Du Xiaofu's spatial technique, which appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Many of the injuries on his body were due to this, and he was caught off guard by Du Xiaofu's sudden attack. Therefore, the moment he saw the golden light appear, the 9 demon emperor was prepared to deal with it. The power of his primordial spirit spread out, and he collected the surrounding movements at all times. As long as Du Xiaofu broke through space, he would be able to deal with it immediately to prevent a successful sneak attack. However, this time, the 9 demon emperor waited for a long time, but he did not see Du Xiaofu's figure. The attack that he had condensed in his hand was also nowhere to be released. Soon, the 9 demon emperor discovered that Du Xiaofu's figure had appeared in another place after using the first style of Fuyao. That was where Du Xiaorao, Du Tingxian, and Du Yunlong were besieging Mo Lingzi. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared directly beside Mo Lingzi, and he struck out with his palm without any fluctuations. Du Xiaofu. The appearance of this purple-robed figure caused Mo Lingzi's grayish-white eyes to freeze instantly, and he seemed to be quite shocked. He knew that Du Xiaofu was already an expert at the Heavenly Saint Realm now, and he wasn't someone he could deal with at all. The moment the other party attacked, the surrounding space instantly froze, leaving him no room to escape. Without thinking, Mo Lingzi struck out the 2 purple lightning profound cauldrons in his hands, and they smashed towards Du Xiaofu's chest fiercely. Using the purple lightning profound cauldrons to deal with me, Du Chang shouldn't be so stupid. Du Xiaofu said coldly as he used the law of lightning. When the terrifying purple-gold lightning reached Du Xiaofu's side, it automatically took a detour and blasted into nothingness. That palm that was suffused with purple-gold light directly passed through the seal of the 2 lightning profound cauldrons and brazenly imprinted on Mo Lingzi's chest. PFFF! A muffled sound rang out, and Mo Lingzi's body was sent flying with a single blow. After that, on the path he was sent flying, a huge black hole opened up and covered Mo Lingzi's body. A powerful suction force gushed out, pulling him towards the black hole at an even faster speed. Bursts of mysterious aura were emitted. That huge black hole seemed to be the door to some terrifying place, causing Mo Lingzi's heart to tremble for no reason. The remaining devil chi in his body erupted. Mo Lingzi wanted to break free, but no matter what he did, he was unable to break free from the control of the suction force. In the end, he could only be swallowed. Back then, the devil religion kidnapped Du Chang for the lightning martial vein, right? Seeing Mo Lingzi's figure disappear at the entrance of the ancient desolate space, Du Xiaofu slightly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he already knew that the reason why the devil religion kidnapped Du Chang, his master, and the rest was because these people had something to do with lightning. And these lightning came from the heavenly Tao that suppressed the demon god. When the heavenly Tao fell, it turned into 36 bolts of spiritual lightning. These 36 bolts of spiritual lightning represented the complete law of lightning, and the goal of the devil religion was nothing more than to borrow the lightning martial vein and 36 bolts of spiritual lightning to reform the complete law of lightning. After controlling Mo Lingzi and letting him fuse with the complete law of lightning, he would be able to surpass the Sky Sage realm. Then, in this world, even if the demon god didn't recover, the devil religion would still be able to sweep away all living things. Ancient, desolate space, withdraw. Du Xiaofu didn't lament too much, because on the other side, when the 9 demon emperors saw that he had left him to deal with Mo Lingzi, he turned around and rushed toward his sister, Xiaojing. However, just as he was about to withdraw the ancient, desolate space and go forward to stop the 9 demon emperor, he was shocked to find that the ancient, desolate space was abnormal, as if it was no longer under his control. Huff, huff, huff! In the void, the giant black hole of the ancient, desolate space suddenly expanded rapidly, like the giant mouth of a demon god. It was getting bigger and bigger, as if it wanted to envelop the entire space. Waves of violent and mysterious aura fluctuated from the black hole, densely filling the space. Under such a violent aura, the entire space began to tremble violently, as if there was an invisible hand directly grasping the space and shaking it violently. In just an instant, everyone who was fighting, including the 8 demon emperors, Eastern deity, Western demon, Southern Ru, Northern addict, Shintong, and other half-step heavenly sage realm experts like the little Qilin, Jialo Juyu, and Yi Piaoling, all felt that they were stepping on empty air, and their bodies tilted and staggered, as if they were about to fall. The 9 demon emperor who was rushing toward Du Xiaojing also shook violently, and his legs almost gave out. The demon qi attack that had accumulated in his hand also collapsed in an instant, and it was crushed into nothingness by the invisible fluctuations in the space. Rumble, a huge tremor broke out, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking violently. The space was trembling, and everyone couldn't stabilize their bodies at this time. Like a small boat in a hurricane, they were being wantonly destroyed. Even Du Xiaofu was no exception. With his heavenly sage realm strength, he could only barely stabilize his body, and he couldn't take care of the others. Fortunately, the other heavenly sage realm demon emperors were also in the same situation. What's going on? Why is this happening? Some experts shouted in panic. This kind of situation where they could not control themselves was even more frightening than fighting with the devil cult. Rumble! The space was shaking violently, and it was trembling nonstop. In the entire area, everyone was extremely shocked, and they didn't know what was going on. Could it be related to the ancient, desolate space? Du Xiaofu tried his best to stabilize his body, and his eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but guess. This was the only reason he could think of. Originally, there was nothing unusual, but after he summoned the ancient desolate space and kept Mo Lingzi in it, this situation occurred. Needless to say, the unforeseen event must be related to the ancient desolate space. At this moment, in the entire space, the only one who could remain as still as a mountain was the huge figure in the distance. This figure was the demonic god. At this time, in such an unforeseen event, the demonic god's eyes were still slightly closed, as if he wasn't affected at all, and he was recovering rapidly. Everyone quickly gathered together. Du Xiaofu ordered in a deep voice, and he shouted at Du Xiaoyao, little Qilin, Zhen Qingchen, and the rest. The current situation would definitely not last forever. However, Du Xiaofu could not predict what kind of changes would occur when everything calmed down again. Therefore, it was best to gather all the experts together and deal with the changes by sticking to the status quo. Quickly gather together. Many experts shouted, and each of them stepped out with difficulty in the trembling space, as if it was as difficult as walking in a swamp. Before they could even take a few steps, they were all sweating profusely, and the energy in their bodies was quickly consumed, and they felt like they were about to collapse. However, at this moment, no one cared about such consumption. Only by gathering together could they feel a little more at ease. I wonder if the spatial technique will still work. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved, and without hesitation, he directly displayed the first style of rising wind and disappeared from the spot. Then he appeared next to Du Xiaoyao. "Boss!" Seeing Du Xiaofu suddenly appear, Du Xiaoyao shouted in surprise, "Quickly gather with everyone. I have to settle some things first." Du Xiaofu was also very surprised. In such an unforeseen event in the space, he could still display the first style of rising wind smoothly, which made him very happy. Without thinking, Du Xiaofu picked up Du Xiaoyao's body, and with a few flashes of his body, he brought Du Yunlong, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Jialo Juyu, Zhen Qingchen, Du Xiaolin, and the rest to one place. It didn't take too long for East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, Central Divinity, and Little Xingxing to be sent together. This kind of speed was much faster than the people who were struggling to move forward. After doing all this, Du Xiaofu's body flashed a few times, and he went next to the two godly thunder cauldrons left behind by Amo Lingzi. He stretched out his hands, one on the left and one on the right, and grabbed the two godly thunder cauldrons. Then they turned into two purple gold lights and disappeared in his palms. Devil religion, it's time for you to pay the price. In the violent shaking, Du Xiaofu stumbled and almost fell. However, his eyes were shining brightly, and he looked at the figures of the devil religion in the distance, and he couldn't help but shoot out a cold, killing intent. Swoosh! The first style of rising wind was activated again, and Du Xiaofu's body flashed again, and this time he directly appeared next to Moksha. Tyrannical fist. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly and punched out. Under Moksha's shocked gaze, the punch suddenly landed on his chest. A huge force burst out, and the force was crazily spurting out. Puff! A cloud of blood mist exploded in front of his eyes, and it was scattered by the shaking and distorted space in the blink of an eye. Moksha, who was half a step away from the heavenly saint realm, didn't even have time to react, and didn't have any effective defense at all. He was killed by Du Xiaofu in the void. The two godly thunder cauldrons also appeared, and they were taken away by Du Xiaofu. After killing Moksha with one punch, he didn't stop at all, and he looked at the 9-demon emperor again. Chapter 2644. Rumble. The giant mouth of the ancient desolation space grew bigger and bigger, and soon it covered everyone. Moreover, the violent trembling became more and more intense, causing the entire space to distort. After Du Xiaofu glanced coldly at the half-step, heavenly sage expert from the devil sect, he did not hesitate and performed the Fuyao, first form again. In a flash of golden light, he appeared directly in front of the half-step, heavenly sage expert. Du Xiaofu did not know the reason for the change in the ancient desolation space, and he could not investigate further. He could only let it continue to change. He had already collected 4 of the 9 purple, lightning, mysterious cauldrons. In addition to the one he obtained from killing a sage realm expert from the devil religion in the foggy space, he had a total of 5 purple, lightning, mysterious cauldrons. As for the other 4 purple, lightning, mysterious cauldrons, he did not know who had them. However, there was no doubt that the remaining 4 godly thunder cauldrons must be with the people from the devil religion. Now that such a huge change had occurred in this space, he might as well take advantage of this opportunity to kill all the half-step, heavenly sage experts from the devil religion. Not only would he reduce the pressure on the experts from the tricontinent Kyushu region, but he would also have a chance to find the remaining godly thunder cauldrons. Du Xiaofu did not want to miss such a good opportunity. The 8 demon emperors were all in the heavenly sage realm, and it was impossible to kill them cleanly. Instead of wasting a lot of time on them, it was better to eliminate all the half-step heavenly sage experts from the devil religion. Du Xiaofu, how dare you! After killing Moksha with one punch, the 8 demon emperors came to their senses in the blink of an eye. They knew Du Xiaofu's purpose. At this time, when they saw him performing the space skill again and rushing toward a half-step heavenly sage expert from the devil religion, they could not help but shout. However, the violent tremors in space caused them to be unable to do anything but watch as Du Xiaofu's figure flashed, and then he appeared once more. After that, he smashed his fist forcefully against the chest of the half-step heavenly saint from the devil religion. Another bang sound rang out. Under that fierce and domineering fist energy, this expert was like Moksha, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. He didn't even have the chance to scream. However, this time, the purple lightning profound cauldron did not appear. Damn it! Damn it! The 8 demon emperors roared and roared, but they could do nothing to Du Xiaofu. All of them were affected by the spatial fluctuations, making it difficult for them to even pass through. Perhaps, when the experts of the 3 continents and Kyushu appeared before them, they would be able to easily kill them if they gathered their full strength. However, they didn't have the means like Du Xiaofu, who could ignore the obstruction of space and pass through it, appearing directly beside the opponent. They might have grasped part of the law of space, but not everyone could learn the rising sun style from the golden-winged great rocks. Quick, everyone, come close to me! The 2 demon emperors shouted, trying their best to pass through the distorted space. They moved toward the half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion, intending to stop Du Xiaofu. In fact, when Du Xiaofu had used his means to gather little Xingxing, Fui Bai, and the others, the devil religion had already begun to make arrangements. Just like Du Xiaofu, they were planning to prevent an even greater change in the future. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would make use of the situation here to wipe out the forces of the devil religion? The demon emperors all moved, but their speed was extremely slow, as if they were moving against a torrential flood. After a breath's time, they had only crossed a distance of several feet. Go! Go quickly! Come close to the demon emperors! At the same time, the dozen half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion began to panic. It was true that Du Xiaofu and the rest had broken through in this space that was no longer suppressed. However, with Du Xiaofu's current strength, he could easily kill them, now that such an unforeseen event had occurred. Even if the opponent came close to them, they couldn't even put up an effective resistance and could only be slaughtered. Rumble! The void was still trembling non-stop, like a small tree swaying in the midst of a violent storm. The half-step heavenly saints from the devil religion spread out, unleashing all their skills and exploding with their strongest state, rushing toward the demon emperors. Only by going to the side of the 8 demon emperors could they hope to survive. However, at this time, the 8 demon emperors were already having a hard time walking, let alone these half-step heavenly saints. It was as if they were struggling in a mud pit. What the fuck? Seeing Du Xiaofu's behavior, Du Xiaoyao, who was among the half-step heavenly saints from the desolate country, was speechless and said in a daze. Du Xiaofu's means were really not something that ordinary people could understand. Dad, good job! Little Xingxing's mouth curled into an evil smile, and little Qilin and Du Xiaohuang were even more jubilant. If it weren't for the fact that it was difficult to stand in the trembling space, they would have clapped their hands. 9 left. Du Xiaofu naturally noticed the movements of the 8 demon emperors, but he was not too anxious. Although the demon emperors in the heavenly saint realm were powerful, without the Fuyao style, they couldn't be faster than him. After all, even if he executed the God's Bane grasp at this moment, he was still unable to shake the space that was warping and trembling without end. The devil religion had a total of 12 half-step heavenly saints, and he had just killed one. In addition to Moksha and Mo Lingzi, who was kept in the desolate ancient space, there were 9 half-step heavenly saints left. Du Xiaofu didn't intend to let any of these 9 go. Kill! Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared in a flash, and then he appeared in front of the next half-step heavenly saint. It was still a simple punch, but it contained the strength to split mountains. With a brazen move, it blasted the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion into pieces. Du Xiaofu, I'll never let you go, and I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The second demon emperor and the fourth demon emperor roared crazily, and their eyes were almost spitting fire. The great demon emperor wasn't any better. His originally pale face showed a bit of blackness at this time. Those half-step heavenly saint realm experts of the devil religion were the pinnacle of strength, and they played a great role in the massacre in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents. At this time, seeing them die miserably in the hands of Du Xiaofu, how could the 8 demon emperors not be angry? You're still talking nonsense at this time. According to my estimation, your brains must have been squeezed by a door. In the distance, Du Xiaoyao curled his lips and said disdainfully in the face of the angry roars of the demon emperors. Golden light burst out from his body, and it was as dazzling as the scorching sun. I think their brains must have been kicked by a donkey. Little Xingxing continued and said coldly, seeing Du Xiaofu kill the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion one by one, they were very happy. Next, after Du Xiaofu killed the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, he didn't find the divine thunder cauldron again, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, when he looked at the rest of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, the disappointment was replaced by a fierce look in his eyes. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted, and he disappeared again and reappeared next to the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion. Then, in front of the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, he killed them with a punch. After a few times, including Moksha, 5 half-step heavenly saint of the 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 devil religion. After this, Du Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised to see the appearance of the 6th purple lightning profound cauldron. The remaining 6 half-step heavenly saints of the devil religion and 3 divine thunder cauldrons should be with these half-step heavenly saints. Du Xiaofu put away the divine thunder cauldron without hesitation, and his eyes swept across the remaining 6 half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion. The 5 divine thunder cauldrons were obtained from the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion, and not from the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the half-step heavenly saint of the devil religion. Du Xiaofu deduced that the half-step heavenly saint of 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 the devil religion. Du Xiaofu, seeing their experts dying one after another in Du Xiaofu's hands, the few demon emperors roared furiously and exerted their full strength to cross the shaking space. If you fall into the hands of my devil religion, then I'll surely make living worse than death for you. I'll make you suffer the infernal hell refinement of the soul and the myriad of ghosts devouring your body. The 4 demon emperors roared. A blood-red sickle slashed at the trembling void. However, it was like a blunt knife chopping at a tree stump. It couldn't cut through it at all. Du Xiaofu did not pay too much attention to the angry shouts of the demon emperors. His figure flickered a few times, and a series of muffled sounds could be heard. The remaining 5 half-step heavenly saints of the demonic sect were finally annihilated. All of them died a violent death. Du Xiaofu. The few demon emperors gritted their teeth and wished they could eat his flesh and drink his blood to appease the hatred in their hearts. However, right now they were all trapped in this strange chaos. They couldn't even take care of themselves, so there was no way they could deal with Du Xiaofu. Good job, big brother. Among the 5 heavenly saints, East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, North Addict, and Central Divinity, Fui Bai, whose hair was as messy as a chicken's nest, couldn't help but shout in surprise. Hee, the devil religion is so arrogant. Finally, it suffered a big loss. Zhan Qingchun, the Sacred Array boy, said with a smile. After a long period of cultivation in this space, everyone had made breakthroughs. The devil religion gave birth to a total of 12 half-step heavenly saints. However, at this time, only Amo Lingzi was still alive. He had been taken into the desolate ancient space by Du Xiaofu. The remaining 11 people had all been killed by the purple-robed young man. Such a scene caused everyone who was still in this space to feel extremely carefree. Many people have died before. This time, I've avenged them a little. Du Xiaojing suddenly said with sadness, a touch of sadness flashing in her bright eyes. Earlier, a few devil emperors had joined the battle, and at least 200 Saint Realm experts had perished during the chaotic battle. Among them were Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxie, Lai Diao, Zhong Yuan, Rin Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Zhang Yiting, Han Yue, Ji Tsang, Di Lang, and many other familiar faces. The scene of Du Xiaofu killing the half-step heavenly saints of the devil religion was so similar to the scene of those people being slaughtered by the demon emperors. Juekong is also dead. Jialo Jueyu's handsome face was filled with grief. Jialo Juekong was his brother, an existence second only to him in terms of talent among his peers in the golden-winged rock clan. However, he had fallen here, and his heroic spirit had disappeared. If the devil religion is not eliminated, this world will never have peace. Affected by everyone's emotions, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel sad. Closing his eyes, familiar faces flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. After a long while, Du Xiaofu's gaze flashed and looked at the huge figure in the distance. On the body of the demon god, the originally restrained aura was now emitting a vast aura, crazily rising. The scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood that surrounded his body tightly protected him within it, and it emitted an extremely terrifying aura that caused Du Xiaofu's heart to tremble for no reason when he glanced at it. It was almost impossible to use the time when he recovered to stop the demon god's continuous improvement. That terrifying scene could obliterate everything. As long as Du Xiaofu went forward, he would be injured. It wouldn't be long before the demon god would be able to fully recover. At that time, it would be a truly difficult situation. Divine Thunder Cauldrons. Du Xiaofu withdrew his gaze and reached out to take the 3 divine thunder cauldrons in front of him. When he killed the last 5 half-step heavenly saints of the devil religion, 3 divine thunder cauldrons had appeared. In this way, all 9 divine thunder cauldrons had been gathered. If the 9 cauldrons weren't gathered, the 9 families wouldn't appear. If the 9 cauldrons were gathered, the 9 families would be commanded. In the outside world, the 9 families such as legalism, school of famous scholars, school of vertical and horizontal, and Buddhism, which had always been ambiguous, wouldn't dare to cause any trouble in front of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. Regardless of whether they were willing or not, they wouldn't dare to openly disobey the instructions left behind by the Lord of the 3,000 great worlds. Demon Emperor Du Xiaofu kept the purple lightning cauldron, and then his eyes suddenly shrank as he looked at the 8 demon emperors. He was thinking if he should continue to fight and kill a few more demon emperors. If he could kill them, then the pressure he, Fu Yibai, Little Xingxing, and the rest would be reduced by a lot. Du Xiaofu, Lord Demon God, is recovering. The moment he wakes up will be the moment you die. The 2nd demon emperor shouted. He, the great demon emperor, the 4th demon emperor, and the 7th demon emperor had already gathered together with great difficulty. They were on high alert in case Du Xiaofu attacked them. The 5th demon emperor, the 6th demon emperor, the 8th demon emperor, and the 9th demon emperor were still scattered in the shaking space. At this time, you still don't know how to restrain yourselves. I don't know if you are stupid. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He used the Fuyao style again and appeared directly beside the 9th demon emperor. Way of the Tyrannical Fist. Du Xiaofu shouted coldly and punched out. In the shaking space, the rumbling sound became even more intense. Facing such a punch, the ninth demon emperor's pupils shrank. The qi in his body crazily condensed, and the heavenly demon blood armor on his body released a dazzling scarlet light. At the same time, the ninth demon emperor waved his fists rapidly. When Du Xiaofu's fierce and overbearing punch landed on the ninth demon emperor's chest, a terrible dent appeared on his armor. However, it did not explode. His body was blown back directly. In the distorted space at this time, he was forced to retreat for a distance of 10 meters. That pair of demonic fists hit empty air. Because after Du Xiaofu's attack succeeded, his figure disappeared again. The ninth demon emperor covered his chest and retreated. Due to the distortion of space, the power of Du Xiaofu's attack was greatly reduced. Therefore, the ninth demon emperor's armor was not even broken. However, that fierce and overbearing punch still made the ninth demon emperor's body tremble, and his chest feel stuffy. Way of the overbearing fist. Almost in the next moment, a cold shout came from behind the ninth demon emperor again. The ninth demon emperor's eyes narrowed. He sensed the dangerous aura, but he did not have time to react. Layers of demon qi surged out from his body and condensed on his back. Boom! The punch landed on the ninth demon emperor's back. The ninth demon emperor's body caved in again. His body was blown back again, and he fell forward. Similarly, this time, Du Xiaofu's attack did not break the ninth demon emperor's defense. A demon emperor of the heavenly saint stage is really difficult to kill. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he looked at the ninth demon emperor. Due to the distortion of space, at least 30% of the power of his punch was destroyed by the void. If he wanted to break the ninth demon emperor's heavenly demon blood armor, such power was still not enough. However, it was also because of this that the ninth demon emperor could not even launch an effective counterattack. If they were in a normal space, even if he had the help of the Fuyao style, he would not be able to dodge the ninth demon emperor's attack. He could only exchange blows with the ninth demon emperor. If I can't kill you once or twice, I'll just have to do it a few more times. Du Xiaofu clenched his fists. A fierce aura filled the air. His figure disappeared again and reappeared next to the ninth demon emperor. Overbearing fists. Overbearing fists. Overbearing fists. Du Xiaofu let out a series of deep shouts. When every shout fell, it would be accompanied by a muffled bang. Following that, the ninth demon emperor's body was smashed by Du Xiaofu's fierce fists again and again. Du Xiaofu, if you have the guts, let's fight face to face. What's the use of sneak attacks? Uft. Ah, the ninth demon emperor shouted angrily. However, before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The next moment, he let out a painful scream from his throat. Under Du Xiaofu's attacks, the ninth demon emperor's body finally suffered a great shock. His qi and blood were in turmoil, and a stream of blood rushed to his throat. He could not move up or down, and it was an indescribable discomfort. His eyes were burning with anger. If it were not for the strange changes in this space, he would not be in such a miserable state. Humph! The words "fight face to face" come out of the mouth of a member of the devil religion. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? Du Xiaofu did not care about the ninth demon emperor's roar. With the special characteristics of this space, even if he could not kill the ninth demon emperor, he could at least trample on him. After letting out a cold snort, he once again used the same trick. Overbearing fists. Overbearing fists. Overbearing fists. The purple-robed figure disappeared again and reappeared next to the ninth demon emperor. He shouted again and punched the ninth demon emperor fiercely. He wanted to torture the ninth demon emperor until he was covered with bruises. Chapter 2645. Du Xiaofu, When the Lord Demon God wakes up, I will make sure you die a horrible death." In the distance, the second Demon Emperor, fourth Demon Emperor, and fifth Demon Emperor roared as they watched the 9 Demon Emperor being brutally tortured by Du Xiaofu. They tried their best to gather together in the trembling space, hoping to lend a helping hand to the 9 Demon Emperor. However, every time they approached, Du Xiaofu would throw a punch and send the 9 Demon Emperors flying a little further away. The remaining 7 Demon Emperors could clearly see that Du Xiaofu and Yi Shiwen were dozens of feet away from them. Normally, they would be able to reach out and touch the 2 of them. However, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly. Moreover, the purple robe youth seemed to be doing this intentionally. He just had to torture the 9 Demon Emperor right in front of their eyes. One moment, you want me to beg for death, and the next moment, you want me to die a horrible death. Don't tell me that you can say whatever you want about my Du Xiaofu's life with your mouths? Du Xiaofu snorted coldly, but he did not show any mercy. PFFF. Ah! Punch after punch, the 9 Demon Emperor was smashed until he kept vomiting blood. There was almost no flat spot on his body. If it was not for the protection of the heavenly demon blood armor, even if he had the cultivation of a heavenly saint, he would have been smashed into pieces by Du Xiaofu. He would have died a horrible death. "Boss, well done. Dad beat him to death." Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaohuang, and the others were excited when they saw the scene. The angrier the other demon emperors were, the more excited they were. They clenched their fists and stood in the distance, cheering for Du Xiaofu. You only know how to talk about the Lord Demon God all day long. If it weren't for the Demon God, you wouldn't even be a fart. In the ancient times, you would have been crushed into pieces by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God. Fu Yibai also snorted. Du Xiaofu was still attacking and tormenting the 9 Demon Emperor. During this process, the desolate ancient space that was expanding in the void continued to expand. The huge black hole, like a demon emperor, it directly enveloped the entire desolate ancient space. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Following this change, the desolate ancient space. In the end, Du Xiaofu, even Du Demon Emperors floating was and had encountered was in the desolate ancient space. Everyone could no longer stand steadily, and their bodies began to sway uncontrollably. As soon as the energy of a group of heavenly saint realm cultivators rushed out of their bodies, it would be instantly swallowed up. It would not be of any use at all. What is going on? The 5 experts, East Deity, West Demon, South Scholar, North Addict, and Central Divinity, were all shocked. They had no idea what this change meant. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Juyu, and the others held hands and stood together to prevent themselves from being separated from the desolate ancient space. It should be related to the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu no longer attacked the 9 demon emperors. He used the Fuyao style several times in a row. Then he returned to the formation of the others and joined them. When he came to this desolate ancient space, the demon god took away Tianwu Academy's Qinquan bag from him and unlocked the seal. And just when he unleashed the ancient desolate space and sucked Mo Lingzi into it, it brought about such a huge change. One had to know that the Qinquan bag and the desolate ancient space originally belonged to Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu would never believe that there was no connection between the two. According to Du Xiaofu's conjecture, the soul in the Qinquan bag should be related to the founder of Tianwu Academy. As for the desolate ancient space, it probably had a great origin and was related to the founder of Tianwu Academy. However, he did not know what kind of connection this desolate ancient space had with Tianwu Academy or the legendary founder of Tianwu Academy. Rumble! The heavens and earth shook violently, causing the entire desolate ancient space to tremble violently. This scene was like a huge earthquake in the outside world. Due to the distortion of the desolate ancient space, the scene in front of them became illusory and blurry. Even the faces of the people around them were distorted. The The formless, desolate ancient space formed a destructive storm that swept out in all directions. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qingchun, and the others all felt a huge tearing force on their bodies, causing them to feel as though their bodies could not withstand it. Fortunately, these people were not weak now. At the very least, they all had the strength of a half-step heavenly saint. Even people like Zhen Qingchun, who were not too strong in terms of physical cultivation, could resist it without too much difficulty when the power in their bodies was circulating. Lord Demon God. In the distance, the 8 great demon emperors had finally gathered in one place after continuous efforts. Their eyes were filled with shock. Their gazes were focused on Pang Wei's figure in the distance. At this moment, the demon god's body was still standing like a mountain, unmoving. Even when the boundless, desolate, ancient space storm swept past, it was unable to shake his body in the slightest. Rumble. Ka, ka, ka! Suddenly, amidst the endless violent tremors, the sound of silk cracking could be heard. It also sounded like an eggshell was cracking. The cracking sound grew louder and louder until it became a cacophony. Ka, 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 ka! As the sound continued to ring out, everyone saw that the originally empty and dark space suddenly began to flash with light. Up, down, left, right, front, and back, it was the same. The light seemed to have shot from the sky and pierced through the desolate, ancient space barrier. It looked like everyone was in a huge egg, and when the eggshell cracked, the light finally shone in. The desolate, ancient space is collapsing. A serious expression crept onto Fu Yibai's unkempt face. Suppressive force. I can feel the suppressive force again. Du Xiaoyao also spoke, his handsome brows furrowed. Actually, there was no need for him to say anything. Everyone felt it at practically the same time. When those rays of light shot over, there was an extremely strong suppressive force that fiercely suppressed them, and it added to their physical bodies and origin spirits. When they first entered the desolate ancient space, they were all delighted to find that the suppressive force that was originally everywhere in the outside world had suddenly disappeared. Everyone's cultivation was faintly rising. Moreover, as they cultivated for a long time, one by one, they continued to break through with irresistible force, creating many heavenly saints and half-step heavenly saints. Such a situation was simply unimaginable in the outside world. As for the demon god's purpose in coming here, they quickly understood. It was nothing more than wanting to use the uniqueness of the desolate ancient space to recover his extremely powerful cultivation. Then, even if he went to the outside world, even if he was suppressed again, he would still have the ultimate strength that the outside world could achieve. In this way, in this world, no one would be a match for him. Is this desolate ancient space going to be exposed to the outside world? Du Xiaofu muttered as he looked around the desolate ancient space. The bright rays of light expanded rapidly, tearing apart all the darkness and illuminating everything in the desolate ancient space. As such changes continued to occur, waves of familiar auras entered everyone's senses. This familiar aura was exactly the same as the desolate ancient space that they lived in. At the same time, the suppressive force that everyone felt became more and more majestic and vast. Everyone's cultivation was quickly suppressed. In just a short while, their original strength was directly reduced by a few points. They all tried their best to resist, but the suppressive force that carried the terrifying heavenly might was simply not something that a human could resist. They could only allow their strength to slowly regress. This was the invisible rule of this world. As long as one was in this desolate ancient space, they would be restricted and bound by it. Rumble. As if the mountains were shaking and the earth was trembling, a vast sound resounded in the desolate ancient space. Ka, ka, ka. At the extreme end of the desolate ancient space, long and narrow cracks appeared in all directions, and strong rays of light shot in. It was as if a pair of large hands were fiercely tearing the desolate ancient space apart. In the left half of Du Xiaofu's desolate ancient space, The rays of light that shot in were silver white and dazzling. They were like bolts of lightning. In the right half of the desolate ancient space, the rays of light were like bloody lights. They were scarlet and strange, and were extremely similar to the aura of the people of the devil religion. Two diametrically opposite auras filled the desolate ancient space. One was vast and majestic, fierce and domineering, while the other was bloody and evil. The demonic god's aura is so terrifying. Suddenly, Du Xiaohuang said. Everyone looked up when they heard this. They saw that the figure that stood like a giant mountain was fluctuating with boundless demonic aura, like a boiling sea of blood. In the midst of the bloody fluctuations, it was linked with the bloody rays of light that shot in from the right half of the desolate ancient space. There seemed to be some kind of mysterious connection between them. Looking at the demonic god's huge body, everyone, including Du Xiaofu, was extremely shocked. That sinister and treacherous aura made one's heart tremble for no reason. Even with Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing's heavenly saint cultivation, they couldn't avoid this powerful, throbbing feeling. Boom, 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 boom. Ka, 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 ka. In the desolate ancient space, violent tremors and cracking sounds could be heard continuously. The desolate ancient space had already disappeared, and the huge black hole could no longer be seen. However, in the unseen world, Du Xiaofu felt that the connection between him and the desolate ancient space was still there. It was just that he couldn't control it at the moment. It's going to break. This desolate ancient space is going to be destroyed. Fu Yibai suddenly shouted. His messy hair that was like a chicken's nest was about to explode. Every strand of his hair stood on end. Looking at the cracks in the desolate ancient space that were constantly expanding, he was extremely frightened. It was as if he had sensed something terrifying. Quick, half-step heavenly saints inside, heavenly saints outside, form a defense. East deity, West demon, Nanru, and Bei Qi also shouted and moved instantly. Together with Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Fu Yibai, they surrounded Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Jialuju, and the others. The auras of the seven heavenly saints all burst out and intertwined with each other to form a dense light shield, protecting themselves and the half-step heavenly saints inside. On the other side, the 8 demon emperors did not hesitate. Just like Du Xiaofu and the others, their demon qi burst out and formed a black light cocoon, tightly wrapping the 8 of them. Boom, 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 boom. Just as everyone was about to form a defense, a series of explosions shook the area. The surrounding desolate ancient space seemed to have received a huge attack and exploded everywhere. The terrifying explosions were extremely frightening. Vast energy waves swept across the desolate ancient space, destroying everything in its path. Endless energy storms wreaked havoc and swept out, causing everyone's bodies to be sent flying in all directions. Fortunately, they'd all gathered together at this moment, and their auras were intertwined with each other. Otherwise, they'd probably be directly blasted flying in all directions amidst this chaotic flow of energy. On the other hand, Zhen Qingchen and the other half-step Heavenly Saint Realm experts might even be annihilated by this spatial energy storm. If it were not for the protection of the few heavenly saints, it would have been very difficult for the rest of them to survive. Even so, Du Xiaofu's group and the 8 great demon emperors group were still sent flying. They were like 2 small shrimps in a stormy sea, and they were unable to control themselves as they moved along with the waves. Boom! Not long after, a terrifying explosion reverberated through the desolate ancient space. Under this loud explosion, the entire desolate ancient space was like an egg that had been ruthlessly smashed onto the ground. It exploded into pieces. The ferocious impact of the violent energy sent everyone's bodies flying. The tight protective light shield that the heavenly saint powerhouses had set up with their combined strength finally collapsed, and one figure after another was sent flying in all directions. However, it was a good thing that the violent impact didn't spread too far. After everyone was sent flying, they quickly stabilized their bodies and stood in the air. The desolate ancient space has been destroyed. Du Xiaofu, Fu Yi Bai, Du Tingxian, Jialo Juyu, and the others quickly gathered together again. Their faces were pale, and the fear in their hearts had not dissipated. Not far from them, the 8 demon emperors of the devil religion were also in a similar state. We are now in the outside world. Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and looked around. He realized that they were now in the outside world. In other words, they were in the Kyushu realm of the 3 continents. With the power of his primordial spirit, he realized that they were no longer in the demon realm. They were in the land of Kyushu. The suppression of this desolate ancient space is too terrifying. I feel like I'm about to be beaten back to my original form. Zhen Qingchen said in his heart. The qi in his body circulated endlessly. He could feel the terrifying heaven and earth energy suppressing him, causing his half-step heavenly saint stage cultivation to show signs of regressing. In fact, it was almost suppressed back to the level of a perfected saint stage cultivator. How could he not tremble in fear in such a situation? It was not only Zhen Qingchen. Everyone had the same feeling. Under the suppression of the desolate ancient space, their strength had regressed by quite a bit. Even Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing were no exception. However, after the energy in their bodies circulated, they finally withstood the suppression and stabilized their cultivation at the heavenly saint realm. The desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu released the power of his primordial spirit. Following the faint connection between him and the desolate ancient space, he looked into the distance and finally found the location of the desolate ancient space. Return. With a thought, Du Xiaofu controlled the desolate ancient space and returned it to his body. What's this? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu exclaimed in surprise. In his senses, he discovered a strange movement in the desolate ancient space. When the power of his primordial spirit entered, he saw something that was beyond his imagination. In the desolate ancient space, other than Mo Lingzi, who was kept by him, there was another figure lying in there. This figure was wrapped in a hazy light, causing others to be unable to see its true appearance. It was motionless, as if it was in a deep sleep. This is the owner of the divine soul in the cosmos sack. Du Xiaofu felt waves of divine soul from this figure. It was extremely familiar. It was exactly the same as the divine soul in Tianwu Academy's cosmos sack. Needless to say, this person was most likely the original owner of the cosmos sack. He might even be the dean who founded Tianwu Academy. What's the relationship between the desolate ancient space and this person? Why would he appear in the desolate ancient space after the desolate ancient space disappeared? There were countless questions in Du Xiaofu's heart. However, this person seemed to be in a deep sleep. Du Xiaofu tried to wake him up, but he couldn't. Thus, he decided to ask him face to face and solve the doubts in his heart. The disappearance of the desolate ancient space meant that the demonic god must have awakened. He didn't have the mood to ask about this and could only leave it at that for now. The war has already begun in the outside world. When Du Xiaofu and the others appeared in the outside world, they were shocked to discover that the entire Kyushu domain was filled with scenes of life forms slaughtering one another. In the 3 continents, 9 continents, and 9 continents, mountains and rivers were breaking apart. Rivers were drying up, space was exploding, and the earth was quaking violently. Countless life forms were roaring, and their weapons were boiling hot. They clashed with the devil religion. Terrifying attacks were unleashed one after another, causing the entire world to tremble. In everyone's perception, there were living beings constantly falling from the sky. Their blood dyed the sky red. Heaven and earth were trembling, and space was being destroyed. Mountains and earth were shaking, and cries of agony could be heard everywhere. Keek, keek. Lord, demonic God has already awakened. The slaughter has truly begun. None of the life forms in this world can escape death. Not far away from Du Xiaofu's group, the 8 demon emperors were laughing heartily. They could sense that the Lord demonic god had already awakened and returned to his peak state. In that case, no one in this world would be a match for him. Not even Du Xiaofu would be a match for him. All life forms would face death, and this world would turn into a demonic domain. Chapter 26:46. The slaughter has begun. He, the second demon emperor, laughed sinisterly. Then he leaped into the air and charged toward the crowd that was fighting in the distance. Let's kill, The other demon emperors laughed sinisterly as well. Their eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. They did not think at all. Instead, they moved quickly, wanting to join the battle and start a brutal massacre. 8 demon emperors, your opponents are here. Seeing the movements of the 8 demon emperors, East Deity, West Demon Nenru, North Addict, Zhongxintong, and Little Xingxing, the 6 Heavenly Saint stage powerhouses, instantly dashed out and stopped the 8 demon emperors. After the strange space that was not suppressed exploded, the cultivation of the 8 demon emperors stabilized at the Heavenly Saint stage. If they were allowed to charge into the battlefield, it would be a one-sided massacre for the living beings in this world. In such a situation, it was impossible for them to watch it happen. How can the 6 of you stop the 8 of us? The 4th demon emperor glanced at Du Xiaofu in the distance. When he saw that Du Xiaofu had no intention of interfering, he could not help but laugh coldly. He held the blood-red scythe in his hand and fought with Little Xingxing. The great demon emperor, 2nd demon emperor, 5th demon emperor, 7th demon emperor, and 9th demon emperor were held back by Fu Yibai's group of 5. The remaining 6 demon emperors and 8 demon emperors continued to flee rapidly into the distance, and they instantly engaged in battle. You forgot that we are here too. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Du Yunlong, Jialo Juiyu, and the other half-step Heavenly Saint stage powerhouses dashed out one by one, trying to stop the 6 demon emperors and 8 demon emperors. 14 half-step Heavenly Saints, all of whom are related to the desolate country. Not bad, I'll kill you first. Du Xiaofu will definitely go crazy from the heartache. The 8 demon emperor laughed sinisterly as he watched Yi Piaoling and Zhen Qingshan approach. Instead, he stopped with the 6 demon emperors and waited for them to approach. 7 demon emperors and 8 demon emperors, are you confident? Du Xiaoyao asked solemnly. We won't know whether we can defeat them until we fight them. No matter what, we can't allow those demon emperors to slaughter us at will. Jialo Juiyu's body erupted with golden light, and the true form of the golden rock appeared. Kill! Yi Piaoling did not waste any time. He immediately attacked the 8 demon emperors. We don't need to defeat them. We just need to hold them back. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaohuang, and the others shot towards the 6 devil emperors. Between the 2 sides, the curtains to a fierce battle instantly opened. The strength of any demon emperor was enough to crush all living beings in this world. If they were allowed to rush into the battlefield outside, it would be no different from a great disaster. At this moment, 7 half-step heavenly saints were fighting against 1 demon emperor. Everyone felt a huge pressure. However, none of the people present flinched. Even if they were facing a Sky Saint powerhouse, they still had to fight. Demon God! Not far away from the crowd, Du Xiaofu's eyes were clear as he looked into the infinite distance. It was as if he could see through the boundless void, through the endless mountains and space. He could feel a vast and boundless aura in the distance. It was as majestic as a mountain, as vast as the sea, and it filled every inch of space. However, the feeling that this kind of aura gave people was not the kind of reverence that one would feel when looking up at a tall mountain, but the kind of fear that one would feel when facing a peerless evil lord. Du Xiaofu knew that this aura belonged to the demon god. In his eyes, there was a vast expanse of dense devil chi in the distance, and it had condensed into an extremely tall figure that stood towering there. In the void, as if it had felt Du Xiaofu's prying, there seemed to be a soft hum that was faintly discernible. Following this soft hum, waves of terrifying aura spread out in the air. It quickly broke through the endless distance, causing the mountains to explode and the rivers to flow. The majestic energy was like a raging sea. With a loud roar, it directly crashed into Du Xiaofu's body. Dang dang! Under the impact of this invisible force, Du Xiaofu's figure was suddenly pushed back. He took a series of steps in the void. Every step he took caused a terrifying collapse in the void. Qi. After retreating hundreds of thousands of li, Du Xiaofu finally stopped himself. A muffled groan came from his throat, and the blood and qi in his body surged. Although he was not injured, he was still shaken up quite a bit. Even from such a great distance, the impact of the demon gods was actually so terrifying. According to Du Xiaofu's feeling, the gap between him and the demon god was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Has he reached the limit of strength in this world? Could it be that he has already surpassed the saint realm? Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled fiercely, and he could not help but feel fear in his heart. He was already in the sky saint realm, but when he came into contact with the demon god, it was as if there was a great gap between them. He seemed so vulnerable. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Du Xiaofu calmed his emotions. His figure shook in the air, and he stood among the clouds in the 9 heavens. The powerful scarlet horse monkey's primordial spirit spread out, and the entire scene in the 3 continents and Kyushu was seen by him. Above the vault of heaven, the originally blue sky was no longer there. The clouds that filled the sky had become 2 colors, one bright and one dark red. They were separated in the middle. One side was a sea of lightning, the other was a red cloud. They each occupied half of the sky. Between the two, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. Vast energy roared and surged, colliding with each other. The sea of lightning was boiling, and the red cloud was shaking. The friction and collision set off a destructive storm that swept through the heavens and earth, destroying everything. It was like the end of the world. With my blood, strengthen my Kyushu. Eliminate the devil religion. Slay the gods and subdue the devils. Kill! Countless living beings roared and charged, clashing with the devil religion. The terrifying divine abilities descended like a tsunami, and the heavens and earth shook. In the terrifying battle, indomitable figures collapsed with a bang, falling from the sky into the ruins of the mountain stream, into the dilapidated forest, and piled up into mountains. On the ground, there was no longer the scene of vitality in the past. The forests that were full of vitality and the majestic buildings were all turned into ashes in the terrifying collision. The broken walls and ruins were soaked in scarlet blood. The long river had long dried up, and boiling blood flowed in the riverbed. The scarlet blood waves set off boundless tides, and the smell of blood was dense in the air, making people want to vomit. The battlefields and killings appeared in Du Xiaofu's eyes at this moment. Every moment, powerful living beings were dying, and their hot blood was spilling. As the sea of blood on the ground churned, a strange energy fluctuation spread out, vast and mighty in the sky. The boundless red cloud that collided with the sea of lightning became darker and darker as the battle continued, and its momentum became more and more vast, beginning to force the sea of lightning on the opposite side to retreat. Kikik, the taste of blood. Kill. Kikik. Countless people from the devil religion laughed sinisterly under such a scene. As the boundless sea of blood boiled, endless mysterious power was rapidly released, blessing every person from the devil religion, causing their strength to become more and more powerful. The living beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu were like the sea of lightning high in the sky, constantly being forced to retreat. Looking at all of this, Du Xiaofu's heart could not calm down. The roars and screams of agony from the various battlefields pierced his heart fiercely. Originally, in the unsuppressed space, hundreds of people from the 3 continents and Kyushu had broken through and reached extremely powerful strength. Although no less than 200 people had died in the hands of the demon emperors, There were still at least 300 to 400 people who had survived. After coming to the outside world, they entered the battlefield at this time. On the other hand, except for the demon god and the 8 demon emperors, the rest of the people from the devil religion were killed one by Du Xiaofu. In this way, the overall strength of the devil religion and the living beings of this world were extremely disparate. However, in the outside world, as the killing progressed, the strength of everyone from the devil religion began to increase explosively, as if it was even more terrifying than in the suppressed space. Although the living beings of this world would not be defeated in a short period of time, under the suppression of the devil religion, there were some signs of defeat. The demon god, the devil religion, their purpose of killing is to increase their strength, isn't it? Du Xiaofu murmured with indescribable shock and grief. In the primordial era, the demon god fled to this world after being killed by the lord of the 3,000 sectors and the dragon god. It was not only because of the uniqueness of this world, but also because everyone who entered this world would be suppressed, thus escaping the pursuit. More importantly, they could wantonly start a bloody massacre here, transform in the killing, sublimate in the mountains of corpses, and break through to a higher realm under the corrosion of the boundless sea of blood. In the primordial era, the great calamities of the dragons, the phoenixes, and the Kirans were all caused by the intention of the devil religion. Now, all of this was like the primordial era reappearing. If the devil religion was allowed to continue killing, their overall strength would increase to an extremely terrifying level. There was no need for the demon god to attack again, and all the living beings of this world would be slaughtered, turning the whole world into a vast devil's domain. Eliminate the devil religion, kill the demon god. Step on the edge, drink blood, and fight to the end. Kill! Countless living beings charged and roared fiercely, allowing the people of the devil religion to stab their own chests with their weapons to fight for a chance of survival for their companions. It was a scene of endless tragedy. Everyone was fighting while bathed in blood. For the sake of their loved ones, for the sake of the continuation of their bloodline, for the sake of the survival of this world, they were willing to sacrifice themselves and give up their lives. All of this fell into Du Xiaofu's eyes, causing hot tears to gush out of his eyes. 9 great clans listened to my orders. Du Xiaofu did not feel too sad. He stretched out his sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. His figure stood tall in the sky, and his voice was loud and clear, spreading to every corner of the 3 continents and Kyushu domain, into the ears of every living being. His robes were pulled taut by the astral winds created by the collision of the sea of lightning and the red clouds, flapping loudly. Whoosh, 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 the purple-robed figure waved his hand, and the 9 divine lightning cauldrons rushed out and circled around him. They floated and rotated, releasing purple-gold lightning that carried a righteous and mighty aura. As soon as the 9 cauldrons appeared, an indescribable aura formed between them. It was as if they could suppress the heavens and the universe, and their might was immeasurable. The 9 cauldrons have gathered. Order the 9 families. Du Xiaofu spoke. His voice was like a bell that shook the entire world and resounded in every inch of space. The devil religion's great calamity has begun. Order the 9 families to appear and gather the power of the world to drive away the devil religion and kill the demon god. Those who dare to disobey will be killed without mercy. This vast voice shook every corner of the 3 continents and Kyushu domain. Every living being could hear it clearly. Those who dare to disobey will be killed without mercy. The lingering echoes lingered in the 9 heavens and 10 lands for a long time. Rock Emperor. It's the Rock Emperor. Human Emperor. The Human Emperor is back. The Rock Emperor is back. The devil religion won't dare to do anything. The moment Du Xiaofu's words left his mouth, the intense battle below seemed to stop for an instant. Countless living beings stopped their attacks and raised their heads to look at the purple-robed figure standing tall in the sky. The 9 cauldrons have gathered. Order the 9 families to drive away the devil religion and kill the demon god. The Rock Emperor is back. With the 9 cauldrons, he ordered the 9 families to join the battle. We have hope. With the Rock Emperor leading us to fight against the devil religion, if we don't fight with our lives now, when will we? Comrades, kill! Kill! After a short moment of surprise, the living beings of the 3 continents and Kyushu domain became even more excited. The figure standing in the clouds above the 9 heavens had unknowingly become the backbone and pillar of all living beings in this domain. As long as he was here, everyone was full of confidence. Without much hesitation and excitement, all living beings raised their weapons and charged toward the devil religion again. This time, everyone's fighting spirit was even stronger, and they were not afraid of death. Du Xiaofu, it's Du Xiaofu. He didn't die in the demon god's hands. He's still alive. So what if he's alive? I can feel that the demon god has returned. That kid won't live for long. The devil religion's people were the same. They all looked at the figure in the sky in shock and could not help but panic for a moment. However, this panic soon subsided and was replaced by anticipation for the demon god's return. Have these people gone crazy when Du Xiaofu appeared? They're actually fighting with their lives on the line. Keek. So what if they're fighting with their lives on the line? No one can stop the rise of the devil religion. The devil religion's people laughed coldly in the face of the tricontinent Kyushu's people's attacks. Demon weapons appeared in their hands, and they fought with the living beings again. 9 cauldrons gather and command the 9 families. 9 purple lightning cauldrons floated around Du Xiaofu's body, and terrifying purple lightning bolts struck, shattering the void. His gaze swept across all the battlefields, and then he looked away and shouted, "Where's the gnome family?" The gnome family is here. Listen to the Rock Emperor's order and slay the gods and demons. A loud voice reverberated through the sky and into Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes to look towards the direction the voice came from, and he saw that the surging water of the 4,000 kilometers long river in Central Prefecture had been replaced by blood, and it had become a surging and roaring river of blood. On the river of blood, countless figures danced and collided with the people of the devil religion. Among them, led by Old Man Daipai, Jiang Yuechan, and Zhou Shaoluo, there were Saint Martial Realm, Martial Domain Realm, Martial Venerable Realm, and Dominator Realm cultivators. Their bodies were soaked in blood, and their battle weapons glowed as they fought fiercely. Du Xiaofu looked away and shouted again, "Where's the Confucian school?" The Confucian school is here. We obey the Grand Shaman's order and slay the gods and demons. On the other side of the battlefield, the experts of the Confucian school heard Du Xiaofu shout and responded in unison, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. At the same time, they were also fighting fiercely with the people of the devil religion. Meng Qianhe, Kong Sansi, and other people that Du Xiaofu was familiar with were among them. Where's the Taoist school? Du Xiaofu shouted again. The Taoist school is here. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor and slay the gods and demons. On another battlefield, Su Yangzi, Daoist Qingfeng, and the others of the Taoist school responded loudly as they launched terrifying attacks, and blood splashed everywhere. Where's the Mahes school? The Mahes school is here. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor and slay the gods and demons. Where's the Yinyang school? The Yinyang school is here. We pledge our lives to follow the Rock Emperor and slay the gods and demons. On the battlefield in the land of the 9 prefectures, shouts and replies resounded through the heavens and the earth, shaking all directions. Du Xiaofu glanced at each of the shouts and saw Hu Xuanhu and Mo Runin from the Mahe school, Qieshi, Qiejuan, Qixingqin from the Yinyang school, and so on. In these 5 places, the masters of the agricultural school, the Confucian school, the Taoist school, the Mahes school, and the Yinyang school were fighting with their lives on the line. Du Xiaofu heaved a long sigh and frowned. Once again he roared, "Where is Buddhism?" His voice reverberated through the world. What about Buddhism? After a while, he didn't hear any reply, and Du Xiaofu's frown deepened. However, right when he was about to repeat his question, a resonant Buddhist chant suddenly resounded from the west. Amitabha. As the Buddhist chant resonated, endless light shone and illuminated the void. Monks dressed in kasayas stepped out and entered everyone's line of sight. Du Xiaofu looked around and saw the Buddhist sect's ninefold spirit, Hung Luan, the old monk that he had seen before, and a few other Saint Realm experts. Now that the 9 cauldrons are gathered, the Buddhist school will follow the orders of the Rock Emperor, Amitabha. After the old monk chanted the Buddhist chant again, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he led many Buddhist masters to a battlefield and started a fight with the devil religion. Seeing this, Du Xiaofu nodded slightly. The Buddhist school had always been vague. They didn't have too much involvement with any forces and didn't participate in any disputes. Du Xiaofu had always been worried that they would ignore the teachings of the master of the 3,000 worlds and not listen to his orders. However, the Buddhist school's actions made him feel relieved. Chapter 2647. Du Xiaofu's frown eased a little as he watched the Buddhists rush into the battlefield. No matter what the Buddhists' attitude was, as long as they obeyed the order, everything would be fine. Du Xiaofu slowly retracted his gaze from the group of monks. Once again he shouted, "Where is the school of vertical and horizontal?" His loud voice reverberated in the air, lingering in the air for a long time without stopping. However, after a long while, other than the roars of countless creatures below, there was no response. "Where is the school of vertical and horizontal?" Du Xiaofu shouted again. His voice shook the 9 heavens, causing the sea of thunder and red clouds above his head to roll even more violently. This loud sound had already spread into the territory of the school of vertical and horizontal. Old ancestor. Du Xiaofu has already gathered the 9 purple, thunder, profound cauldrons and commanded the 9 families. What should we do now? In the main hall of the school of vertical and horizontal, an old man kept pacing back and forth. His anxious expression was overflowing with his words. Su Sanyan and the other experts were all gathered below. They lowered their heads and asked in fear, "Is there still no response from the main clan of the upper realm?" The old man's hurried figure suddenly stopped. His old face frowned as he asked the crowd below, "Old ancestor, no." Su Sanyan said with a long face and cupped his hands towards the old man. "Bastard!" Smack! The old man picked up a porcelain cup on the table and smashed it on the ground, smashing it into pieces. Why is there no response from the main clan of the upper realm? After saying why 3 times in a row, the old man hurriedly paced back and forth again. He looked distressed. "If they agree, we can leave this realm at any time. We don't have to go through this flood anymore. The calamity of this realm has nothing to do with us," Su Sanyan said with a look of regret. "Old ancestor, does the main clan of the upper realm not care about us anymore?" Someone asked anxiously. His voice sounded like he was about to cry. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The eyes of the old man at the head of the hall narrowed as he immediately reprimanded. However, this reprimand was clearly lacking in confidence. "Only 2 people of our clan who are at the sage accomplished realm or above can leave this place without any hindrance. But the others can only stay here. None of them can leave." Someone else spoke up, feeling incomparably anxious. "I don't care about that anymore. Let's just let them go one by one." The old man let out a long sigh and exchanged glances with the other old man in the hall. "Go." After the 2 exchanged a glance, they didn't hesitate any longer. The 2 figures rushed out of the hall and rushed towards the sky. They left in an extremely straightforward manner. "Patriarch!" When they saw this scene, the other members of the school of vertical and horizontal all screamed. At this point, How could they not understand that their two progenitors had made a prompt decision to abandon the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal to leave this world in order to save their own lives? Patriarch doesn't care about us anymore. Many of them collapsed to the ground, their hearts filled with despair. Where is the school of vertical and horizontal? At this moment, Du Xiaofu's loud voice resounded between the heavens and the earth, and it entered the ears of every member of the school of vertical and horizontal. What should we do? Su Sanyan felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he muttered to himself. When the heavens and the earth first appeared, they had already contacted the main clan in the upper world. With the help of the main clan, they wanted the entire school of vertical and horizontal to leave this world. In this way, the entire school of vertical and horizontal would no longer have to listen to the teachings left behind by the master of the 3,000 cosmos. However, after such a long time, they did not receive any response from the upper world. With their strength, it was impossible for them to leave this world. In the past, the heavens and the earth were suppressed, and people from the outside world could not enter. But now no one cared about them. This made all of the members of the school of vertical and horizontal feel extremely sad and indignant. Divine Ancestor, what should we do now? Someone knelt beside Su Sanyan, hugged his thigh, and said in a trembling voice. A similar scene to the school of vertical and horizontal was happening in the other two clans. School of Famous, Ancestor, Du Xiaofu has gathered the 9 cauldrons. He has already commanded the school of Farmer, school of Taoism, school of Confucianism, school of Moism, and school of Yin. Now, it's the school of vertical and horizontal's turn. Only the school of vertical and horizontals and legalisms are left. Should we go to war or, as the school of Famous's divine ancestor, Hui Wu had no idea at this time. Facing the ancestor of the clan, he could not hide his anxiety and asked for instructions. Is there any news from the main clan in the upper world of Famous? The ancestor of Famous asked. No news. We have already contacted the upper world, but the news we sent out was like a stone sinking into the sea. We did not receive any response at all. We don't know if something has happened. Hui Wu replied, there shouldn't be any changes in the upper world. I'm afraid they don't care about us anymore. The ancestor of Famous sighed, and he was incomparably sad. Why doesn't the main clan in the upper world care about us? Some of the powerhouses of Famous felt uneasy and puzzled at the same time. Just as the ancestor of Famous was about to say something, his mind suddenly moved, and the power of his primordial spirit detected some unusual movements. What are those 2 old fellows from the school of vertical and horizontal trying to do? In his perception, 2 vast auras were rushing out of the school of vertical and horizontal, flying towards the 9 heavens. Could it be? Soon he understood the purpose of those 2 people, and could not help but be surprised. Ancestor, what happened? Hui Wu was puzzled when he saw the ancestor's expression. Nothing. The ancestor of Famous did not answer, but said, Du Xiaofu has the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. I'm afraid our Famous family can't avoid this battle. Gather everyone and prepare to listen to the order. I'll make a move first to take a look at the situation. With that, the ancestor of Famous family disappeared in front of Hui Wu. It was unbelievably fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ancestor. Hui Wu was about to ask something, but a sentence was stuck in his throat. Legalism. Unlike the school of vertical and horizontal and the Famous family, legalism was currently in a fierce dispute. What's the point of arguing about this at a time like this? Facing the many legalism experts in the hall, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a dirty face spoke angrily. His sharp gaze swept across everyone with a strong questioning gaze. Sai, in the past it was our legalism that let down that child and his family of 4. Everything that happened today was caused by our coercion. An old woman next to him sighed. The wrinkles on her face piled up with a worried expression. It was Elder Ming. No matter what, does our legalism have to be manipulated by others like in the primordial era? A short legalism expert glared at the disheveled, middle-aged man and the old woman, flicking his sleeves and saying, "If the 9 cauldrons are not gathered, the 9 families will not appear. If the 9 cauldrons are gathered, the 9 families will be commanded. This is the instruction left behind by the master of 3,000 worlds, a contract made in the primordial era. We can't not abide by it." At the side, an expert spoke up, but it attracted the cold glare of the short expert. "That's right. Moreover, we've contacted the main clan of the upper realm and wanted them to take away some of the young and weak disciples of legalism in this realm, but we didn't receive any response. Now, other than abiding by the primordial oath of alliance, we don't have any other choice. We can only raise our clans and fight." Elder Ming spoke with a long sigh. The main clan didn't respond, but it doesn't mean that we have to listen to Du Xiaofu's orders. The orders of the master of 3,000 worlds are only matters of the primordial era. You have to know that this is the great calamity of the devil religion. Once we participate in the war, can our legalism still be preserved? An old man beside the short, middle-aged man said, "If you want to fight, your Han family can fight. My Qin family will definitely not participate." The short, middle-aged man snorted coldly. "All right, we'll fight. No matter what, that kid is my nephew. I've already let him down in the past. At such a critical moment, if I don't do anything, I'm not worthy of being his second uncle. And I won't have the face to face my sister." The sloppy middle-aged man said with red eyes. He fiercely drank all the wine in the wine jar in his hand, and then smashed the empty wine jar on the ground. "Those who are willing to fight, follow me. If you're afraid of death, then you can just stay here. I hope that after the great calamity, you can still keep your lives." After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he strode out of the hall. Behind him, a portion of the legalism disciples hesitated for a moment before following him. "Sai, we're not only paying off our debts, but also for the survival of our legalism." Elder Ming sighed and staggered out, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. In the outside world, Du Xiaofu stood in the sky and frowned fiercely. After shouting twice, he actually didn't hear a response from the people of Zongheng. He couldn't help but feel a strong chill in his heart. Subsequently, under the cover of the energy of his origin spirit, he sensed the movement from the school of Zongheng. His gaze swept over, and he saw 2 figures directly tear through the sky and head straight for the sky. The strength of these 2 people was at the perfection stage of the Saint Realm. After they charged into the sky, their tyrannical strength erupted, and a long and narrow rift was torn open in space. Their figures didn't stop in the slightest and drilled into it. Du Xiaofu used the energy of his origin spirit to pry, and he found out the identity of these 2 people. They were the 2 experts from the school of Zongheng. In next to no time, not long after these 2 people appeared, another figure shot out from the distance and similarly charged into the sky. This figure charged out from where the school of Zongheng was. The ferocious red clouds and sea of lightning were directly torn apart by the hands of this expert, and an enormous spatial rift appeared, and a strange aura was transmitted in through the rift. This aura didn't belong to this world. "Want to escape? Do you think you can escape?" Seeing such a scene, Du Xiaofu frowned and waved his hand. Among the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons around him, 3 of the divine lightning cauldrons whizzed out rapidly. Large amounts of purple gold lightning poured out, dragging a long tail of light as they directly went to the 2 spatial rifts. The great calamity is upon us, and countless people shed their blood to fight against the devil religion with their lives. Instead of fighting, you violated the primordial contract. Greedy for life and afraid of death, you intend to escape. Your crimes are punishable by death. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth, and a strong murderous intent shot out from his eyes. The words that came out of his mouth almost popped out one word at a time. Suppress! Rumble! As his voice fell, the 3 divine lightning cauldrons moved through the sky at an incomparably fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they flashed into the 2 spatial rifts. Terrifying purple gold lightning surged out, roaring fiercely. As the lightning intertwined, pillars of lightning that were like heavenly pillars bombarded the heads of the 3 people. Ah, ah, ah. 3 blood-curdling screams sounded one after another. The 3 figures were directly struck out of the spatial rifts and were crushed by the huge pillars of lightning. Puffed, puffed, puffed. 3 muffled sounds reverberated. Under the bombardment of the purple lightning cauldrons, the 3 sage realm experts' bodies directly exploded. Even their primordial spirits did not have the chance to escape and were brazenly killed. It's the patriarchs of the school of vertical and horizontal and the school of famed. They were directly killed by the Rock Emperor. The great calamity is upon us, and everyone is fighting a bloody battle. They actually still want to escape with their lives. They deserve to die. The sage realm patriarchs did not even care about their own clansmen and only thought of escaping from this realm. The more afraid of death, the faster they die. The Rock Emperor killed them well. The disciples of the Confucian school of thought will not be so greedy and afraid of death. We will follow the Grand Witch and swear to kill the devil religion. Kill! Many experts from the Confucian school, Taoist school, Maoist school, school of agriculture, and school of yin yang saw the scene, and some of them could not help but speak out. Everyone's eyes were filled with a strong sense of disdain. However, no one paid too much attention to this. They continued to be immersed in the battle against the devil religion. Du Xiaofu stood tall in the sky, his purple robe fluttering. After killing the 3 sage realm experts, the 3 purple lightning cauldrons whistled back once again. He did not hold back when he attacked. Those who could shake the resolve of living beings to face the calamity must not be allowed to exist. Du Xiaofu did not waste any time. He just continued to chant. For the 3rd time, his voice shook the sky. Where is the school of vertical and horizontal? The aura in his body had already begun to brew. He was silently counting the time in his heart. If the school of vertical and horizontal did not respond within 3 breaths, he did not mind temporarily ignoring the devil religion and personally erasing the school of vertical and horizontal from this realm. Du Xiaofu, the school of vertical and horizontal, will fight. But this time, not long after Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a voice responded. Divine Ancestor, are we really going to fight? An expert from the school of vertical and horizontal unwillingly asked Su Sanyan. The Grand Ancestor did not care about us. He only cared about running for his life. However, he still died in the hands of Du Xiaofu. Su Sanyan clenched his fists. Then he suddenly loosened them and said sadly, What else can we do? We can only fight. I hope that when the time comes, we can still survive. The scene of Du Xiaofu killing the 2 grand ancestors was not seen by most of the disciples in the school of vertical and horizontal. However, he clearly saw it with his own eyes. The grand ancestor who had abandoned all the disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal was killed in a single blow. He did not even have the slightest ability to resist. Under the bombardment of the purple lightning, his body and soul were destroyed. Su Sanyan could imagine that with Du Xiaofu's current strength and means, if the school of vertical and horizontal did not fight, the other party would definitely not be courteous. Let's go, disciples of the school of vertical and horizontal. Fight with me. Su Sanyan did not hesitate too much. He could feel that in the distant void, the purple-robed youth's gaze was staring straight at him. It sent chills down his spine. If he did not act quickly, he did not know what that brat would do. Where is the school of vertical and horizontal? Looking at the actions of the school of vertical and horizontal, Du Xiaofu did not continue to pay attention to them. Instead, he continued to ask loudly, Our school of vertical and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal and horizontal will fight. Among the school of vertical and horizontal, Hui Wu spoke. Although his voice was not loud, he knew that Du Xiaofu would definitely be able to hear him. Grand Ancestor, our school of vertical and horizontal actually wanted to escape from this world and abandon us. After listening to Hui Wu's narration, the expressions of many experts from the school of vertical and horizontal were also dim. At this moment, they finally knew that the Grand Ancestor who had left in a hurry earlier wanted to break through the world's barrier and abandon all of their disciples. Knowing this situation, no one felt good in their hearts. Let's go. Hui Wu did not say much and led the experts of the school of vertical and horizontal. Legalism is the only thing left. After seeing the situation of the school of vertical and horizontal, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He had always had a grudge against legalism in his heart and could not let it go. However, there were his second uncle and elderming in legalism. Du Xiaofu still had some respect for these two people in his heart. However, in the face of a great calamity, personal respect was not worth mentioning in the face of the survival of this world. If legalism did not come out to fight, he would definitely not be merciful. Where are the people of legalism? Du Xiaofu's loud shout resounded through the 9 heavens. I don't care if legalism comes or not, but we're coming. Just as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a loud voice drifted through the sky. Du Xiaofu was surprised to discover that in the distance, a large group of figures had already soared into the sky and were fighting with the people of the devil religion. Among those people, there was his second uncle and elderming. Du Xiaofu could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. Such a scene was beyond his expectations. However, at the same time that Du Xiaofu's heart relaxed, his gaze also slowly deepened. In legalism, his second uncle, elderming, and many others had already appeared on the battlefield, but there were still many experts who did not make a move. Are you still thinking of continuing to hide at a time like this? Du Xiaofu whispered coldly. Standing high in the sky, his gaze shot towards legalism. His figure moved, and with a flash of light, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared in the area where legalism was. If the rest of legalism want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wishes. The purple-robed figure stood high in the sky and spoke coldly. His voice rang in the ears of everyone in legalism. Du Xiaofu, don't think that legalism will be afraid of you just because you have the 9 cauldrons. In legalism, the short old man stood on the ground. A terrifying array flashed with light, enveloping the entire legalism. Is that so? Du Xiaofu frowned. After a cold snort, he waved his sleeves, and the 9 divine lightning cauldrons roared and moved at the same time. Boom, 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 boom. Under Du Xiaofu's control, large amounts of lightning poured out from the 9 divine lightning cauldrons. Numerous thick bolts of lightning descended from the 9 heavens, and they were like numerous rivers of stars that were pouring down. The powerful fluctuations of energy caused space to explode apart inch by inch. Since the 9 cauldrons have appeared, they command the 9 families. How can your school of legalism act independently and ignore the ancient contract? Du Xiaofu said coldly and attacked without hesitation, since these legalism people were not willing to participate in the battle. Then let them all die. Disciples of legalism, listen to my order. Use all your strength to protect the array, now that everyone in the outside world is busy dealing with the devil religion. I don't believe that Du Xiaofu alone can easily break our legalism's heavenly law astral wheel array. The short expert gave the order and spoke to the many experts left behind by legalism. While speaking, he was actually a little nervous. He did not know Du Xiaofu's specific cultivation. He only heard that Du Xiaofu had reached the half-step heavenly saint realm in the demon realm when the demon god was on the move a few years ago. The legalism's Heavenly Law astral wheel array was said to be able to withstand the joint attack of a perfected 100-sage realm expert. It was also because of this that he had the confidence to challenge Du Xiaofu. You can defy heaven's evil, but you can't survive the evil you bring upon yourself. Since you don't want to die in the battle with the devil religion, then let me end your lives in advance. These words came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth with an indescribable coldness. As he spoke, he also moved. His arm waved in front of him, and the 9 purple thunder profound cauldrons kept spinning around his body, forming a circle. Terrifying purple gold lightning poured out, dragging long ribbons as it danced high in the sky. It was incomparably magnificent. However, in this magnificence, there was an extremely vast and terrifying energy. Purple thunder profound cauldron, go! Du Xiaofu shouted and waved his arm. A divine thunder cauldron whistled and rushed out, crashing into the array's light shield below. Boom! A violent collision occurred in an instant, and a terrifying explosion shook the heavens and the earth, causing mountains to collapse and tsunamis to occur. The array was immediately shaken by the explosion. Kill! Du Xiaofu continued to wave his hand, and the second divine thunder cauldron moved again, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The remaining 8 purple thunder profound cauldrons circled around each other in the void, then connected into a straight line and descended from the sky. The tyrannical thunder roared, and a fierce power filled the air. Boom! Almost immediately after the first divine thunder cauldron fell, the second divine thunder cauldron followed closely behind and suddenly bombarded the legalism's heavenly law wheel array. A terrifying explosion sounded, and cracks appeared on the array that was blooming with light. The cracks climbed on the light shield and quickly spread. Boom! 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 The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, every divine thunder cauldron carried an unparalleled power that could destroy everything, and brazenly crashed into the array. With each powerful impact, the array continued to crack, and the light dimmed again and again. When the 8th divine thunder cauldron crashed down, the heavenly law wheel array that they relied on to resist directly exploded under the shocked gazes of all the legalism members. It shattered and disappeared without a trace. It's broken. The array is broken. Our legalism's strongest heavenly law wheel array was actually broken just like that. Run. This Du Xiaofu is too terrifying. Run. The array is broken, and the Demon King won't let us go. The school of legalism immediately fell into chaos. One expert after another rushed into the sky, flying in all directions in an attempt to escape. Surrender, we surrender, Rock Emperor. Please spare us, let us live. Rock Emperor, we surrender. We are willing to fight and fight against the devil religion. There were also many people who directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and loudly begging for mercy. Du Xiaofu, we were wrong. Legalism will immediately go to war, and we will absolutely obey your orders. And we won't dare to be disloyal. The short expert finally knew how to panic, and he stood on the ground with his legs trembling as he kept retreating. He never expected that Du Xiaofu's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Before the battle, it was said that his cultivation had only broken through to half-step heavenly saint in the demon realm. When did he reach such a terrifying level? Under the fierce bombardment of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons, even legalism's strongest mountain protection array could not resist. Go to war? Don't you think it's too late to say this now? Du Xiaofu coldly snorted. Since he had already come to this point, it was definitely not his style to show mercy. Kill! A cold shout suddenly erupted from his throat, and with a light wave of his hand, the 9th divine thunder cauldron moved fiercely, directly aiming at legalism's location, and fiercely bombarded it. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the force surged. Rocks flew into the air, and boundless, purple gold, lightning flashed. Many figures who had jumped into the sky suddenly exploded into clouds of blood mist. and not even a trace of them was left. The entire legalism was directly razed to the ground by this attack, and was erased from this world without a trace. The area became flat, and there were only rubble and purple gold lightning snakes all over the ground. That short powerhouse also couldn't escape the calamity and turned into flying ash. Humph! Du Xiaofu coldly snorted, and the 9 divine thunder cauldrons returned, continuing to hover around him. The School of Famers and the School of Vertical and Horizontal had already admitted defeat and went to war. These people of legalism, when his second uncle, Elder Ming, and many other experts were also going to war, were still thinking of stubbornly resisting and ignoring the ancient oath. Du Xiaofu did not feel that the death of these people was a pity at all. Now that the 9 great families were already fighting, the mission of gathering the 9 cauldrons could be considered completed. For the people of the School of Famers and the School of Vertical and Horizontal, whether they were intimidated by the death of their ancestors or forced to obey his orders due to his prestige, Du Xiaofu did not care, as long as they were willing to fight. Perhaps many of those people had their own ulterior motives and were thinking of doing work without putting in effort. But Du Xiaofu did not care about this. Once they entered the battlefield and fought with the devil religion, everything would be out of their control. If they did not fight with all their strength, the only result would be to die under the blade of the devil religion. In the great calamity, the more afraid of death, the faster they would die. These people of legalism who were killed were the best example. Chapter 2648. Legalism is finished. The Rock Emperor is too powerful. He wiped out legalism completely. Serves him right. Those who are afraid of death deserve to die. Rock Emperor, well done. With the 9 cauldrons in hand, Du Xiaofu killed the people from the School of Legalism who refused to fight. The great disturbance caused many of the experts on the battlefield nearby to become astounded. At the same time, everyone felt that their anger had been vented, and they all cheered. No one sympathized with those who were afraid of fighting when they were killed. Some of the legalism people who had already stepped into the battlefield sighed and lamented. Sigh, the foundation of legalism in this realm is finished. The upper realm's main race doesn't care about us, and we can't unite as one. This outcome is already predestined. Everyone has their own choices. Different choices lead to different outcomes. But the same thing is that everyone has to pay the price for their actions. What's the point of saying so much? Since we've chosen to fight against the devil religion, let's kill them all. Even if we die in the end, we'll die in vain. Kill. Many of the legalism powerhouses who entered the battlefield spoke, but they did not lament too much. They all used their own methods to fight against the devil religion. In the sky, Du Xiaofu kept the 9 cauldrons. He did not feel anything strange after killing so many legalism people. When he met the Lord of the 3,000 upper worlds in the heavenly demonic battlefield, he had said that even if he had the 9 cauldrons, the 9 schools might not be willing to listen to his orders. All of this was built on the foundation of strength. If it were not for his strength, the 9 schools would not have listened to the Lord of the 3,000 upper worlds and suppressed the Nephilim Emperor and Demon God in the heavenly demonic battlefield for so long. If his strength had not reached the heavenly sage realm, and the legalism, School of Famers, and School of Vertical and Horizontal people all refused to fight, he would not have been able to do anything to them. It's time to go. Du Xiaofu changed his mind and planned to leave this place. In another place, little Xingxing, Fu Yi-Bai, Drunkard Dad, Du Xiaoyao, and Du Xiaolin were still fighting against the 8 demon emperors of the devil religion. Among them, a total of 14 half-step heavenly sages were fighting against the 6th demon emperor and 8th demon emperor of the heavenly sage realm. If he had not gone to help them earlier, those people would have been in a very tough situation. Even though the 2 demon emperors, it was not it. Once the 2 heavenly saint stage, heavenly demon emperors were unable to defeat the heavenly saint stage, heavenly demon emperors. they would choose to leave the battlefield and charge into the battlefield of countless living beings. It would be a huge disaster. With that thought in mind, his body also moved. His entire body erupted with a dazzling purple gold light as he activated the first style of Fuyao and left this place, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, when he broke through the air, the figures of second brother Du Yunlong, Du Xiaoyao, Drunkard Dad, and the 8 demon emperors came into his sight. Hee, a bunch of ants. How dare you be fierce in front of me? You've overestimated yourselves. The 8 demon emperors, heavenly sage realm strength, burst forth fiercely. His terrifying attacks caused the void to tremble and the earth to tremble. Zhan Qingchen, Yi Piaoling, and the other half-step heavenly sage realm experts were forced to retreat under the 8 demon emperors' ferocious aura. They could only protect themselves and could not resist at all. Puny ant, prepare to die. The 6th demon emperor roared loudly. The demonic chi around him danced wildly and condensed into a blood-red saber. He held it in his hand and slashed it down at Du Xiaojing. The terrifying energy vibrated and slashed Du Xiaojing's petite body, forcing her to retreat. Kill! Du Tingxuan's long spear shook. Unparalleled lightning rushed out and turned into a thick thunder dragon, roaring crazily. So what if you're the demon emperor? Take my palm first. Du Xiaoyao's red-bone horse, monkey body was entrenched in the void. Her huge palm slapped across the sky, suppressing the heavens and earth. However, the 8 demon emperors' arms swung, and Du Xiaoyao's body was sent flying. A mouthful of golden blood spurted out from his mouth and pierced through the void. His huge body rolled for thousands of miles in the void. Then he got up again and charged toward the 8 demon emperor. Kill! Du Xiaofu didn't delay at all when he arrived. He immediately rushed into the battle circle as soon as he saw what was happening. Emptiness of heaven and earth. He held the purple gold heavenly tower in his hand, a sword ray that could pierce through the heavens and earth slash down vertically, violently tearing the void apart. A terrifying crack appeared, as if it was the abyss of the netherworld. The sword ray was vast, and endless rays of light shot out. It supported the heavens and the earth, and a terrifying energy fluctuation swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. At this moment, everyone present only felt that the scene before their eyes had turned dark. It was as if this sword ray was the only thing left in the world. It made them tremble for no reason. Seeing such a sword ray slashing toward his head, the 8 demon emperor could not help but feel a strong sense of fear in his heart. Humph! As he snorted coldly, his hands moved as well. 2 balls of demonic chi rapidly gathered in his palms and soared into the sky like waves. Then, with a flip of his wrist, the demonic chi fell from the void and rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a tall and sturdy demonic figure. It was even more frightening than the sword ray that Du Xiaofu had shot out. It carried a ferocious and unparalleled aura. Open for me. The demonic figure let out a loud roar. It raised its arms to the sky and did not dodge. Instead, it directly rushed toward the terrifying sword ray and grabbed it in its hands. Dong dong! A dull sound reverberated, and the void shook violently. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Du Xiaofu's sword ray was blocked by the tall and sturdy demonic figure. Then the demonic figure slowly lifted it up. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Heaven and earth trembled violently. The vast sword ray was crushed, but under the support of the demonic figure, it could not advance any further. The energy between the 2 of them kept shattering, and pieces of broken fragments fell high into the sky. For a moment, there was a stalemate, and it seemed that neither of them could do anything to the other. Kill! Du Xiaofu suddenly yelled and retracted his arm. Then his figure flashed and directly gave up on the sword light. His figure disappeared from the spot. Fu Yao moved again. Taking advantage of the 8 demon emperors' unpreparedness, he directly appeared in front of him. Then, with the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand, he suddenly attacked again. Tyrannical way of the sword! Du Xiaofu let out a long roar. The sword ray slashed down and landed heavily on the 8 Demon Emperor's chest. Bam! Caught off guard, the 8 Demon Emperor was instantly sent flying, and his body was blasted away. As he was sent flying, a dull groan came from his throat. Blood rushed up to his throat, and his face turned a little gray in an instant. Kill! Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. He activated the law of space and chased after the 8 Demon Emperor again, arriving in front of him in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of purple gold flowing light rushed out from his body and suppressed the 8 Demon Emperor. The 9 divine thunder cauldrons whistled through the air, carrying a vast and heavy aura. Endless thunder and lightning poured out in all directions. He knew that his unexpected attack just now might be able to shake the 8 Demon Emperor, who was at the Heavenly Saint stage, a little, but it would definitely not be able to inflict too much damage on him. It was too difficult to kill him. Du Xiaofu, you can't kill me. Faced with the power of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons, the 8 Demon Emperor's eyes could not help but show a hint of seriousness. He did not have enough time to react. Vigorous demon qi surged out from his body and enveloped him, forming the most secure defense. In the primordial era, he had already seen the divine power of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons. The only difference was that the person holding the cauldrons at that time was the lord of the 3,000 sectors. However, it was undeniable that the power of the 9 divine thunder cauldrons in Du Xiaofu's hands was extremely terrifying. After they came out of the unsuppressed space, the invisible laws of this world pressed down on everyone once again. Therefore, even if the difference in cultivation between them was not too big, if they allowed the other party to attack them freely, it would still be an absolute threat. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted sternly. The 9 divine thunder cauldrons exuded a whooshing sound. Like 9 majestic mountains, they brazenly covered the 8 Demon Emperor's head. However, when the 9 divine thunder cauldrons descended from the sky and were about to hit the 9 Demon Emperor's body, a huge black palm suddenly appeared in the void in front of the 9 Demon Emperor and blocked the path of the 9 cauldrons. Bang, bang, bang. When the 9 divine thunder cauldrons collided with the huge palm, it was as if they had collided with a sturdy wall. After each of them let out a deafening sound, they were all sent flying backward. However, the huge black palm did not even tremble. It was as majestic as a mountain. Demon God! Du Xiaofu stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the 9 cauldrons flew back to his side. He fixed his gaze on the huge palm in front of the 9 Demon Emperor, and then looked at the owner of the huge palm. It was a majestic figure. His head was the blue sky, and his feet were the thick earth. He was like a giant of heaven and earth, standing between heaven and earth. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from his body, and the surrounding void was distorted by that terrifying aura. Cruel and bloody scenes appeared around him, as if everything in this world was being played out. In those scenes there were ferocious beasts slaughtering, mountains of corpses shaking, rivers of blood flowing, living creatures screaming, ghosts crying, and vengeful spirits wailing. The heavens wept blood, the land was filled with wails, and the people were plunged into misery and suffering. This was not the first time that Du Xiaofu had seen such a figure. In this world, other than the demon god, who else could have such a terrifying power? You have completed the mission that Lu Xiaoyu left behind. It's time for you to die. Just as Du Xiaofu was feeling nervous, a loud sound suddenly came from the void. The sound waves were like rolling waves, crashing into the wilderness. Just hearing this sound alone was enough to make one's scalp tingle. It was as if one was facing a ferocious and terrifying lord. Chapter 2649. After blocking Du Xiaofu's 9 divine lightning cauldrons, the giant palm appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The demonic god's burly body moved. Although it looked extremely slow, it was actually extremely fast. Every step the giant foot took caused the heavens to tremble and the earth to shake. The entire world trembled violently, and the void cracked soundlessly. As the demonic god continued to move, a vast and boundless demonic aura surged and swept through the entire world like a raging storm. In the 9 heavens, the red clouds that occupied half of the sky surged. The blood-red radiance became even brighter, and a ferocious aura surged. Boundless and strange energy rippled out from the red clouds, connecting with the demonic god's body and entering his body. As countless living beings fought below, Du Xiaofu could clearly feel that the demonic god's aura became even more profound and vast, becoming more and more powerful. A heaven-devouring and earth-shattering aura erupted from his body. Wrapped in a ferocious killing intent, he charged directly at Du Xiaofu. In just a short moment, he had already arrived in front of everyone. Is he here to kill me? Du Xiaofu's heart trembled. Looking at the demonic god's indomitable body, he couldn't help but feel an immense pressure. That unparalleled aura carried an undisguised killing intent, causing his body to tense up involuntarily. It was obvious that the demonic god's current target was none other than him. At that moment, Du Xiaofu could feel that the demonic god's strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Compared to when the two of them fought in the foggy space, he was much stronger. The great war has begun. My devil religion is destined to rise. Everyone will die, and you'll be the first person I want to kill after I recover. The demonic god spoke, and his loud voice shook the 9 heavens. The red clouds and sea of lightning in the sky trembled. Demonic god, come and fight. Du Xiaofu's robes fluttered as he shouted loudly, and his voice shook the sky. Rumble. Thunder roared and golden light soared into the sky. A majestic aura surged out from Du Xiaofu's body and sword. In an instant, it reached an incomparably terrifying level. When his shout fell, every corner of this world could hear it clearly. Du Xiaofu held the purple gold heavenly fault in his hand and pointed it at the Fiend Celestial's towering body without fear. The great calamity had long been unavoidable. This day was destined to come, and the battle with the Fiend Celestial was also expected. Even though his current cultivation was not enough to be mentioned in the same breath as the demon god, Du Xiaofu did not retreat. Instead, he pointed his sword at the demon god and took the initiative to declare war. Possessing the thunder martial vein and being chosen by Lu Xiaoyu, I have to say that you, Du Xiaofu, are indeed extraordinary. In just a few decades, he has grown to such a level. He is qualified to be my devil religion's greatest enemy. It's a pity that your current strength is still too weak. If it was before I recovered, I wouldn't have dared to underestimate you. But now, in my eyes, you are no different from an ant. I can destroy you with a flip of my hand. The demon god's head was connected to the boundless red clouds in the sky. His eyes, which were like black suns, turned and looked at the purple-robed young man standing high in the sky. His light but deep and mighty voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Is that so? I've already said that your devil religion kills mercilessly and kills billions of living beings. Since I, Du Xiaofu, am standing at the top of this world, I have to do something for the common people of this world. With my Dao body, I will punish your merciless actions. Even if I am only a bite and not to mention a big tree like you, even if it is the sky, I can still shake it. Du Xiaofu's voice shook the sky. Endless purple gold thunderbolts roared out from his body. Behind him, in the sea of thunder that occupied half of the sky, large amounts of lightning poured down and connected with his aura. Thunderbolts roared and roared, like heavenly rivers hanging down. The momentum was extremely deceptive. Your ability is not great, but your tone is not small. The demon god snorted and did not continue Du Xiaofu's words. Instead, he said, because of the primordial heavenly Tao, I have been suppressed for so many years. In the end, This world will not be able to escape my control. Soon, it will become a demon domain. The reason why your Du family ancestor engraved the thunder martial vein into the Du family descendant's body seemed to be out of selfishness for his own descendant. In fact, he left a way out for this world. He hoped that his descendants would be able to use the thunder martial vein to fuse with the 36 spiritual thunders that he had transformed into and form the complete law of thunder and lightning. Then they would be able to reach his level and fight against me. He had long calculated that he would not be able to completely suppress me. There would be a day when he would break the seal. However, no matter how good he was at scheming, how could he have calculated that the current descendant of the Du family only had 8 spiritual thunders in his body? You dare to challenge me with this kind of strength? If your ancestors knew about this, I wonder if they would be disappointed. A dignified demon god actually has so much nonsense to say. Du Xiaofu raised the broadsword in his hand and suddenly sneered. He was still in a fighting posture. He had long known about the primordial, heavenly Tao. It could be said that everything that happened today had already been planted in the primordial, heavenly Tao. The Du family ancestor had suppressed the demon god, causing him to be obliterated by the invisible laws of the world. All of this had long been destined. Today's battle was unavoidable. Du Xiaofu had never planned to escape. Perhaps he had the ability to escape this world and preserve his life. However, if that was the case, the countless family and friends behind him, as well as the citizens of the desolate country, would not be able to avoid the fate of being slaughtered by the devil religion. Regardless of whether he was a match for the demon god, he had to fight. You actually dare to provoke me. It seems like you are really not afraid of death. Since you want to die so much, how can I not fulfill your wish? As the demon god spoke, his arms slowly waved in the void. An unparalleled force was vast and mighty, and a terrifying aura swept out. The extremely thick arms stretched out in the air like a majestic heavenly pillar inserted into the sea, stirring up wantonly. The entire space began to boil with his movements. Nearby, more than 10 half-step heavenly saints, such as Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Yi Piaoling, Jialo Juyu, and others, were directly sent flying as if they were in a violent storm. The great demon emperor, second demon emperor, east deity, west demon, little Xingxing, and the rest of the 10 heavenly saints could not help but retreat. They did not dare to stop in such a boundless storm. That terrifying aura carried a ferocious power that could destroy everything. It attacked everyone's body, causing many heavenly saints to feel their chi and blood tremble. Their bodies were bursting, as if they were about to be torn apart. Chapter 2650. The terrifying commotion was so loud that the entire realm could clearly see it. In every corner of the tricontinent Kyushu realm, all living beings were alarmed. They all raised their heads and looked at the sky. Many people from the devil religion also stopped killing and looked at the scene in horror. Look, it's the Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor is fighting the demon god. Both of their strengths are too terrifying. In our realm, I'm afraid only the Rock Emperor has the strength to fight the demon god. But the demon god is too terrifying. I don't know if the Rock Emperor can defeat him. I hope so. Without the Rock Emperor, this realm can only allow the devil religion to wreak havoc and turn into a devil's realm. Many powerhouses were discussing amongst themselves. As much as they were shocked, they were also looking forward to it. At the same time, many people were very clear about the demon god's true strength. Therefore, they were worried about Du Xiaofu. Lord Demon God. It's Lord Demon God who's fighting with Du Xiaofu. The demon god is fighting. Du Xiaofu is going to die today. Our devil religion is bound to rise. That kid has been jumping around for too long. It's time for him to die. If it weren't for him, even without the demon god, our devil religion would have the ability to control this realm. Letting him die in the hands of the demon god is something to be proud of. The people from the devil religion were also discussing. Everyone looked at the boundless sky and watched the battle between the two. What terrifying strength! Du Xiaofu closed his eyes slightly. A faint purple light flashed on his body, and the cyan spirit armor appeared to resist the violent force outside his body. Even so, his body still trembled under the boundless aura of the demon god, swaying unsteadily in the void. Heavenly thunder punishment. All of a sudden, Du Xiaofu let out a loud roar. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Under the guidance of the law of thunder, a vast thunder rumbled in the sky. Immediately after, a huge thunderbolt of unknown thickness appeared. It tore through the red clouds and sea of thunder in the sky and came crashing down. Terrifying shock waves rippled out, causing the entire world to tremble. In an instant, in the countless battlefields in the Kyushu realm, everyone's primordial spirit realm felt their ears were ringing. There, primordial spirits. You're not weak, but it's just. You. It's not enough. In front of me. The demon god's voice. The demon god's voice. Du Xiaofu. The demon god's voice. Du Xiaofu, the demon god's, do boom. Boom. The demon god's palm collided with the thunderbolt. The demon god's terrifying physical body erupted with monstrous power and directly slapped the thunderbolt. A terrifying sound reverberated, like a mountain of gold being pushed down and a jade pillar toppling. The entire thunderbolt beam was shattered. Pieces of thunderbolt fragments exploded and fell from the sky, smashing countless bottomless pits in the ground below. Above the soil, streaks of thunderbolts shot out, crackling with terrifying electric arcs. In the center of the battle, waves of energy surged and impacted the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Countless creatures and members of the devil religion who were fighting below were turned into ashes by the aftershocks. They died an unnatural death. Danger! Retreat quickly. Everyone retreat quickly. Retreat. Get as far away as you can. This kind of battle is not something we can watch at close range. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. Countless experts in the distance shouted. In an instant, all of them rushed away, covering their heads and fleeing in panic. Many people with profound strength wrapped up the people around them and ran away. They didn't even dare to look back. As for those with weaker cultivation, as long as they were brushed by the terrifying aftershocks, they would have no chance of survival. Even if they didn't die, they would lose a layer of skin. Du Xiaofu's figure retreated rapidly in the midst of the raging energy waves. Only after retreating for a distance of 10 million miles did he manage to extricate himself from the raging energy waves. On the other hand, the demon god was still standing in the same place, as if he was not affected by the scene at all. He stood upright in the field. What a powerful physical body! Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched with a strong sense of shock. The demon god was too powerful. Just the strength of his physical body was already so terrifying. After the two of them exchanged blows, the gap between them was obvious. If he hadn't mastered the law of space and the rising wind style, it would have been almost impossible for him to escape unscathed. If he was swept by the fierce energy, he would at least be seriously injured. So many people died. Du Xiaofu's gaze shifted and swept downwards. With the place where they had just exchanged blows as the center, the area within a radius of thousands of miles had become scorched earth. There was no life at all. Not even a blade of grass grew. Among them, who knew how many living beings were unable to retreat in time and directly lost their lives under the terrifying might of the attack. Such a scene caused Du Xiaofu's heart to involuntarily feel extremely desolate. No one could escape the killing calamity of the devil religion. No one knew if they could survive in the end. You run quite fast. At this moment, the demon god's voice sounded in the void. There wasn't much life force fluctuation. Clouds of dark devil chi emanated from his body and swept across the world. As the demonic energy spread out, it condensed into a sharp astral wind that constantly blew away. Chi, chi, chi. Demonic chi gales raged and sliced, causing the void to shatter piece by piece. like withered leaves that had been swept by the autumn wind. They withered and drifted down in large swaths. "Fight!" Du Xiaofu shouted again. The purple gold, heavenly fault in his hand let out a loud cry. Rays of light erupted, and 4 beast-like shadows rushed out, surrounding Du Xiaofu's body. They occupied the void and filled the air with vast power. The thunder martial vein expanded and swept high into the sky, connecting with the sea of thunder behind him. 8 bolts of spiritual thunder rushed out from between his eyebrows and circled around. Finally, they were embedded in the thunder martial vein and located everywhere. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's aura rose to the peak. The law of space and the law of thunder were activated at the same time. The entire world trembled and boiled. Thunder and lightning roared as they rapidly struck down. The space was distorted and distorted, collapsing and moving horizontally. It was like the bricks on a huge wall being moved. The terrifying power was vibrating, and the boundless lightning and giant space blocks kept falling and pressing down on the towering body of the demon god standing between the heavens and the earth. "Your courage is commendable, but your strength is insufficient." The demon god spoke loudly and moved. After a few steps, he was less than 100 miles in front of Du Xiaofu. Then his arm waved in the void again, stirring up the endless wind and clouds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A dull sound was emitted along with his movements. Wherever his arm passed, the thunder and solidified space that Du Xiaofu had condensed exploded inch by inch and shattered in the blink of an eye. The torrential devil, Qi, spread out and formed a violent wind. It rushed through and destroyed everything in its path. "Kill!" Du Xiaofu raised his sword with both hands, and boundless lightning gathered around his body. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise all roared out, and an awe-inspiring pressure spread out, filling the air between heaven and earth. A terrifying sword radiance condensed and formed in the blink of an eye. It released an incomparably terrifying aura, as if it could split the world apart. The moment the sword light appeared, it descended from the sky and slashed violently at the demon god's arm that was swinging at him. Boom! The sword radiance finally slashed down. However, just like before, such a terrifying attack shattered the moment it landed on the demon god's body. It turned into energy fragments that filled the sky. However, the demon god's arm only paused for a moment in the midst of this attack. Then it continued to move through the air. The huge palm stretched across the sky and covered a part of the sky. It looked as if the blue sky had collapsed. It gave people a feeling that there was nowhere to escape. Void 8 trigrams rise. Taking advantage of the moment when the demon god paused, Du Xiaofu released the broadsword in his hand. Strange and mysterious handprints flew and condensed between his 10 fingers. With a buzzing sound, the void 8 trigrams appeared and merged with the thunder martial vein outside his body. Its power instantly increased exponentially. It was indescribably mysterious. The heavenly thunder stirred up the earth fire. Mountains and rivers appeared and filled the air with a terrifying aura. However, just as all of this was formed, the demon god's huge palm was already close to Du Xiaofu's side. Heavenly thunder destruction. Du Xiaofu roared with all his might, and a terrifying aura surged out from his body. Large patches of thunder roared and moved crazily, directly meeting the demon god's huge palm. Boom, 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 a series of explosions sounded. Terrifying vibrations burst out high in the sky. The sea of thunder and red clouds in the surrounding thousands of miles were scattered by such power. The demon god's palm pressed down on the boundless lightning, shattering it and turning it into a continuous stretch of talisman runes. Then, the palm's momentum did not diminish. Naturally, it shook the void 8 trigrams above Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! In the continuous explosion, another loud sound reverberated through the 3 continents and Kyushu region. The 8 diagrams in the void instantly cracked and then collapsed. Before the demon god's huge palm could reach him, Du Xiaofu's body was sent flying. A long arrow of blood shot out from his mouth and poured into the sky. The purple-robed figure streaked across the sky like withered branches and withered leaves in a storm. In the distance, the countless living beings who saw this scene were all shocked. Xiaofu, Rock Emperor, Human Emperor. Many experts shouted in unison. They were all shocked. They could all see that Du Xiaofu had been severely injured by the demon god's attack. No, I have to go help my father. In the distance, seeing that Du Xiaofu was injured and retreating, little Xingxing stretched out his body and transformed into his dragon form. He was about to rush into the battlefield and join forces with Du Xiaofu to fight against the demon god. Don't go. The demon god's strength is too terrifying. Only that kid can fight against him. He's the person arranged by the 3,000 sectors. I'm sure there will be a turn for the better. Fu Yibai hurriedly pulled little Xingxing back and stopped him from going. What he meant was that since Du Xiaofu was the person chosen by the Lord of the 3,000 sectors, that supreme expert must have expected today's scene and might have made some arrangements. However, even he didn't believe his own words. They were purely words of comfort. However, the first half of his sentence was the truth. Now, apart from Du Xiaofu, there was probably no one who could fight against the demon god head-on. Even heavenly saints like him could not. No matter who went up, they would only be courting death. He could only hope that the kid could fight head-on and save his life. No, I can't watch my father fight against the demon god alone. Little Xingxing was unwilling. He broke free from Fu Yibai's obstruction and rushed over again. Moreover, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin, these three little fellows, also moved. They didn't think much and jumped out. Tisk, TSKT, you want to attack Lord Demon God? Just the few of you are not qualified. You guys should first think about how to save your lives in our hands. At this moment, a gloomy laughter rang in everyone's ears. Then, under the gazes of little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, little Qilin, and the rest, 8 figures came from afar. They were the 8 demon emperors of the devil religion. After the 8 of them arrived, they immediately surrounded the East deity, West demon, South Ru, North addict, and Central divinity experts. Every one of them was covered in dense, demonic aura. How dare you stop me? Kill! When little Xingxing, little Qilin, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaoba, and the rest saw this, they instantly shouted and rushed towards the 8 demon emperors. When Fu Yibai, Du Tingxian, Jialo Juyu, and the rest saw this, they did not hesitate and immediately started a new round of battle with the 8 demon emperors. In the distance, Du Xiaofu's body's qi circulated continuously and finally stabilized his body in the void. In the unparalleled energy storm earlier, the blue spirit armor on his body had already shattered. His purple robe had also turned into strips of cloth that hung on his body. His ragged appearance made him look extremely miserable. However, at this moment, the demon god's footsteps were like a shadow that followed closely behind him. I have already said that in front of me, you are completely unable to withstand a single blow. The demonic god opened his mouth, and his thick arm had already retracted. His tone gradually became fierce, and his demonic eyes, which were like 2 black suns, emitted an even more terrifying black light. Lowly ants, insignificant worms, I will no longer waste my time with you. Let's end everything now. As the demon god spoke, his hands suddenly swung open. An invisible aura rose from his body. Then, in everyone's eyes, they could see that on the ground, rivers of blood were rolling and roaring. There was a terrifying qi steaming up and gathering towards the demon god's hands. At the same time, in the sky above, the red clouds that occupied most of the sky also surged up. In just an instant, the entire world was filled with a hazy blood-red haze. Every inch of space was like this. The earth was shaking, the space was trembling, and the sky was tearing apart. Traces of blood-red qi steamed up from the ground and gathered continuously. The demon god's aura became even more terrifying in the dark. His palms were directly grabbed by two balls of blood that were glowing with a terrifying scarlet color. No one knew how much blood it contained. The two powerful arms swung and suddenly joined together. The two balls of blood were instantly kneaded together. Buzz, when the two balls of blood joined together, an indescribable strange atmosphere was created between heaven and earth. A brutal and ferocious aura filled the air and suppressed the primordial spirits of every living creature. In just an instant, all living creatures felt as if the blood in their bodies had stopped flowing. Even breathing became difficult. Oh no! Feeling such a terrifying atmosphere, Du Xiaofu could not help but exclaim in his heart. Not to mention the other living beings, even he could not circulate his qi smoothly. Even his thunder martial vein was sealed. The space around him seemed to have solidified. The law brand in his primordial spirit shone brightly, but the law of space and the law of lightning could not be used. It was as if all of his cultivation had been sealed, and he could not use it at all. Die! The demon god shouted softly. His arms moved gently, and the ball of blood that had gathered was pushed by him. It was like an incomparably majestic mountain that swept across the void. With that speed, it passed through the boundless space in a flash and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. In the void, the purple-robed young man's eyes widened. He used all his strength and retreated rapidly. However, after his cultivation was imprisoned, his speed was greatly reduced. He could not dodge such an attack at all. He could not even form an effective defense. He could only watch the ball of blood attack land on his body. Boom! In the next moment, a loud bang reverberated. It was as if thousands of mountains had collapsed and thousands of waves had roared. It was also as if a huge mountain had crashed into the vast sea. The boundless sound shook the heavens and the earth. The ball of blood attack exploded in an instant. It was as if a sea of blood had spread high in the sky. Monstrous red waves surged and rushed to every corner of this world. Then large amounts of blood gurgled down and sprinkled high in the sky. In this world, a rain of blood began to fall. It was endless, falling on the bodies of the living beings, dyeing all of them into bloody figures. Rock Emperor, brother, Xiaofu. At this moment, in the tricontinent Kyushu realm, the living beings who were watching felt as if time had stopped. No one cared that their bodies were soaked by the blood rain. They only stared blankly at the sky as if they were looking for a miracle. They were all looking for the figure of that young man. Some people with profound cultivations could sense that after the demon god's terrifying attack landed, there was a strong wave of light fluctuating out. Needless to say, that was definitely the Rock Emperor's defensive means. However, at this moment, no one noticed that the purple-robed figure was still alive. "What is this?" Among the gurgling blood rain, a living being stretched out his hand and caught a stream of purple-gold rain. He was puzzled. "Rock Emperor, this is the Rock Emperor's blood. It's purple gold." Soon, the living beings also noticed that the purple-gold blood carried Du Xiaofu's aura. It must be his blood. Blood. There's purple-gold blood everywhere. One after another, many living beings noticed the situation around them. They saw the purple-gold blood that was unique to Du Xiaofu's body and the red blood pouring down from the sky. Although the amount of blood in each area was not much, if they were all gathered together, it would be too huge. Where's the Rock Emperor? Where's the Rock Emperor? Why can't I see him? Some living beings panicked and hurriedly turned around on the spot, still looking for the purple-robed young man. However, as they continued to search, everyone began to despair, because no matter who it was, they couldn't find the young man's figure. It was as if he had suddenly disappeared. The Rock Emperor has fallen. Finally, some people began to admit the truth in their hearts, even though no one was willing to admit it. The news quickly spread among all the living beings. The Rock Emperor has fallen. The Rock Emperor. Countless living beings began to roar. They had to admit that under the terrifying attack of the demon god, the Rock Emperor, who everyone regarded as the hope of this realm, had fallen. From then on, no one could deal with the demon god. In the end, this realm would not be able to survive. It would turn into a demonic realm, and everyone would die tragically. Keek, your Rock Emperor is dead. His body and soul have been destroyed. Keek, that little bastard Du Xiaofu is dead. Who else can stop the devil religion? With the Lord Demon God leading, the rise of the devil religion is unstoppable. Kill as you please. Keek. Countless experts of the demonic sect laughed sinisterly. They were all extremely pleased with the outcome. The Lord Demon God's means were not something that a puny Du Xiaofu could compare to. How could he have survived such a terrifying attack? Now that Du Xiaofu was dead, all living beings in this realm would be slaughtered like chickens and pottery dogs. They would be at his mercy. The remaining few heavenly saints were intimidated by the 8 demon emperors. They could not do anything at all. Once the Lord Demon God attacked again, they would only end up like Du Xiaofu. They would die without leaving anything behind. The Rock Emperor, many living beings cried in grief. Their hearts were broken. The death of the purple-robed young man indicated that the only hope left in this realm had been destroyed. Kill. Keek. This realm belongs to the devil religion. Keek. The experts of the devil religion laughed. The demon weapons in their hands emitted a ferocious aura. Everyone was extremely excited as they launched a fierce attack on the living beings not far away. Chapter 26:51. Father! Brother! Xiaofu, third young master. In the various battlefields, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaohuang, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, and the rest of the people from the desolate country were all in despair. The demon god's terrifying attack landed directly on Du Xiaofu's body and shattered it. Not a single piece of his body was left intact. How? How could he die? How could he die? Dongli Qingqing, Su Muxin, Ouyang Shuang, Qi Eshi, Sima Muhan, Yi Zijin Zishuan, and the rest of the girls were all gloomy as their slender bodies trembled. However, they could not deny this fact. The young man who always had a smirk on his face had already disappeared from this world. The girls' eyes flickered as tears fell from their eyes. Young clan leader, Grand Witch, Rock Emperor, Human Emperor, the golden-winged great rocks, Confucians, Mahists, School of Agriculture, and the divine temple of the human race were all extremely sorrowful as they cried out. Everyone's hearts were filled with indescribable pain. The living beings in this realm, those with weaker cultivations, were all stunned at this moment. They could not imagine how the entire Kyushu realm of the 3 continents would be able to fight against the devil religion without the existence of the purple-robed young man. Could this world really only become a devil's realm? At this point, no one was afraid of death. They were only afraid of dying in vain. Even if countless living beings were to pile up, they would not be able to crush the ferocious aura of the devil religion. Not to mention, there was still the most powerful demon god. No, my father will not die so easily. Just when everyone was heartbroken, little Xingxing suddenly took a step forward and shouted loudly. The mark between her eyebrows emitted a strange light, and her pair of clear eyes were filled with a solemn affirmation. That's right. I also don't think that kid will die just like that. You must know that he was chosen by the dragon god from the 3,000 boundless worlds. Even if his current strength is far from the demon gods, he shouldn't have fallen like this. Fu Ibai also walked out of the crowd. His sloppy old face had an extremely serious expression. East Deity, West Demon, South Ru, and North Qi, the 4 heavenly saint powerhouses, nodded in agreement. That kid is very strange. He has experienced this kind of situation more than once. But every time he would come back alive and well. Moreover, he would be even stronger than before. This time, I'm afraid there will be another miracle. The Saint Array Boy Zhenqingchen said as he looked at the group of half-step heavenly saints around him. Boss will definitely be fine. If he died so easily, would he still be my boss? Du Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with golden light as he said with certainty, after hearing little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, Zhen Qingchen, and Du Xiaoyao's words, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaohuang, Du Xiaoba, little Qilin, and dozens of others couldn't help but have hope reignited in their hearts. Du Xiaofu had died once in order to save Du Xiaojing. In the heavenly devil battlefield, when the demon god's primordial spirit escaped, he had also died once. But these 2 times he had returned in one piece, and his strength had improved. This time, after receiving the demon god's terrifying attack, he might have the chance to be reborn like before. Keek keek, Lord Demon God has made his move, and Du Xiaofu is already dead. You guys are still fantasizing about him being reborn. What a joke. Keek keek. At this moment, the voices of the 8 demon emperors were heard. Everyone looked up and saw the 8 demon emperors of the heavenly saint realm shooting over like lightning from afar. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they were in front of everyone. Du Xiaofu is dead, and no one in this realm can stop our devil religion's massacre. Prepare to die. The 2nd demon emperor shouted, and his demonic aura swept out. In an instant, he rushed into the crowd and fought with Fu Yibai. Devil religion's thieves, kill! Little Xingxing shouted, and his dragon body spread out. His wings flapped, and terrifying flames flew out to meet the great demon emperor's sharp claws that were covered in black scales. Soon, an intense battle began again. Kill, without restraint, Kakik. In this realm, all the living beings were still immersed in the grief of the Rock Emperor's death. But many people of the devil religion were abnormally excited. They raised the devil sabers in their hands and began the massacre. Du Xiaofu was dead, and the demon god had fully recovered, which gave them a strong sense of confidence. Rock Emperor. Without the Rock Emperor, how are we going to fight this war? With the Rock Emperor's death, no one can stop the great calamity. Without the human emperor who can fight against the demon god, countless living beings were filled with fear and sorrow. Even when the devil religion's butcher's knife descended on their heads, they didn't have much confidence to resist. In their hearts, the purple-robed youth was like the highest faith. Even if he wasn't a match for the demon god, as long as he was still alive, everyone's hearts would still have the final hope to fight against the devil religion. However, after his death, it was like a pillar that supported the sky had suddenly collapsed. The spiritual pillar in the hearts of all living beings also collapsed with him. They only had endless fear for the demon god and the devil religion, and they didn't have much courage or faith to fight. Even though many people would still fight with all their might, their hearts were like dead ashes. With Du Xiaofu's death, our devil religion is no longer a threat. Kill! Kill! Countless people from the devil religion raised their swords and ferociously charged forward with an imposing aura. With the continuous killing, everyone's aura became thicker and fiercer. The scarlet aura that filled the sky vibrated, and the red clouds in the sky became darker and darker. They released a terrifying aura that forced the boundless sea of lightning on the other side to retreat. Our main clan in the upper realm doesn't care about us, and our ancestor has abandoned us. Du Xiaofu is also dead. How can we fight against the devil religion? Run. The devil religion is too fierce. We can't win at all. Let's just run for our lives. Amitabha, where can we run to? There are people from the devil religion everywhere. I'm afraid we can't stop this great calamity. The people from the Buddhism, and school of vertical and horizontal among the 9 great families were all panicking. They all wanted to leave the battlefield and escape on their own. However, what made them feel even more despair was that everywhere in this realm was filled with people from the devil religion. No matter where they ran, the demonic swords would follow closely behind them, ready to reap their lives at any time. Kill! The people from the devil religion cheered. In the midst of the killing, they would occasionally glance at the huge demonic figure standing between the heavens and the earth. They all felt reverence, and at the same time, endless fighting spirit was born. High up in the sky, the rain of blood was still pouring down, dyeing the entire world red. However, in such a scene where all the living beings were fighting, no one noticed that when the blood rain fell to the ground, the drops of purple gold blood all flowed in one direction, as if they were being guided by some invisible force and were moving on their own. As time passed, the purple gold blood that fell all over the 3 continents in the Kyushu realm crossed the broken walls and flowed through the ruins, gathering at an incredible speed. Such a subtle movement did not attract the attention of many people, except for the demon god. He's not dead yet. The demon god stood between the heavens and the earth, muttering to himself. He could feel that as the purple gold blood on the ground continued to gather, waves of vitality were also produced at the same time. Falling into his perception, time passed slowly, and the drops of blood gathered more and more, finally converging into a small purple gold spring, dazzling and emitting a vast vitality. Buzz, an invisible wave spread between the heavens and the earth, causing every living being to clearly feel the tremors in their souls. What's going on? Where did this wave come from? Which expert is it? Such a powerful wave. I'm afraid it's at least the cultivation of a heavenly saint or above. Soon, many living beings also discovered this abnormality, and they were all extremely shocked. On the side of the devil religion, everyone could not help but shudder in their hearts, as if they had sensed something terrifying. Dad, it's Dad's aura. Xiaofu, the Rock Emperor, it's the Rock Emperor's vitality wave. This aura seems to belong to Du Xiaofu. Could it be that he's not dead yet? Many living beings who were fighting stopped and discussed in disbelief. Some of the more profound cultivators discovered that this strange wave contained Du Xiaofu's aura. Look, boss is over there. Little demon, Du cried out loudly. He immediately discovered the source of the commotion. There was a purplish gold-colored spring of blood gathered there. Little Xingxing, Fu Yibai, Du Tingxian, Jialo Juyu, and the other powerful people looked in the direction Du Xiaoya was pointing and also saw the situation there. Under everyone's gaze, the purple gold blood spring released an incomparably intense radiance, slowly expanding from the flat ground and gradually condensing. As countless drops of purple gold blood gathered from all directions, in the end, the standing blood spring slowly transformed into the silhouette of a human, gradually rising and floating in the air. Xiaofu, brother, Dad, Du Xiaojing, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Du Xiaohuan, and the others all exclaimed in surprise when they saw this scene. Apart from Du Xiaofu, who else could have condensed a human figure? You're actually able to survive my attack. I have to say, your strength is indeed very strong. The demon god's loud voice resounded throughout the world. His towering body turned and stepped in the direction of Du Xiaofu. With a single step, he crossed hundreds of thousands of miles and soon appeared near Du Xiaofu. The demon god is indeed powerful and difficult to match, but it won't be that easy for you to truly kill me. The human figure condensed from purple gold blood opened his mouth, his entire body releasing a dazzling radiance. Within the purple gold radiance, ferocious lightning bolts shot out and circled around his body, like swimming dragons, making crackling sounds. Du Xiaofu's body was completely enveloped by the purple gold radiance and countless lightning bolts as he rapidly rose into the sky and arrived at the highest point of the heavens. The vast aura fluctuation hung in the sky like a scorching sun, allowing every living being in the world to clearly see it. Rock Emperor. Look, that's the Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor isn't dead, he's still alive. The demon god's terrifying attack didn't kill him. He's still alive. The Rock Emperor is really still alive. God bless our world. As long as the Rock Emperor isn't dead, the devil religion will never be truly victorious. There's still hope for our world. There must be hope. The Rock Emperor. The Rock Emperor. Countless creatures saw this shocking scene and cried out one after another. Everyone was extremely excited. The moment they sensed that Du Xiaofu had died, everyone had already lost all hope. However, at this moment, everyone became excited. It turned out that the Rock Emperor wasn't dead. As long as he was alive, there was still hope for this world, and the devil religion wouldn't be truly victorious. All living beings were reignited with hope. You just have the same indestructible Xian body as Lu Xiaoyu. It's just that you're far from Lu Xiaoyu's strength and aren't truly indestructible. You must have relied on some special method to preserve your life. I just don't know if you've used up that method. If not, then this time you can only face death. The demon god looked at Du Xiaofu, who was bathed in boundless radiance, and said aloud, "You're right. I relied on some special method to preserve my life. But that's not important. What's important is that I'm still alive." Du Xiaofu spoke in a loud voice that resounded throughout this world. The demon god was right. The reason why he was able to survive the previous attack was because of a brocade box. And this brocade box was the one that he had coaxed and pestered from Fu Yibai and the others. It contained a defense formed by the East Immortal, the West Demon, the South Scholar, the North Addict, and the Central Divinity. It was said that once it was opened, as long as he didn't encounter the demon god at his peak, he would be able to escape safely. Therefore, when the demon god's attack landed on him, Du Xiaofu felt an extremely great threat. It wasn't something that he could resist with his strength, so he didn't hesitate to use the brocade box. But today, the demon god had already recovered to his peak in the space that wasn't suppressed. Even though the space was shattered and this world suppressed him, it was enough to allow him to unleash the limit of this world's power. It was precisely because of this that the defense formed by Fu Yibai's group of 5 was instantly blasted apart, and the extremely terrifying remnant force directly smashed onto Du Xiaofu's body, causing his body to directly crumble apart. However, it was also because of the defense in the brocade box that even though Du Xiaofu's body was shattered and his origin spirit dispersed, he was still not completely annihilated. Relying on the strength of the immortal Xian body, his shattered physical body, his destroyed primordial spirit, and the purple-gold blood rain that fell from the sky, he was able to preserve a trace of life and leave behind a seed to reform his true body. With the indestructible, profound body tempered by the purple, lightning, profound cauldron, even if his body was crushed into powder, as long as a trace of his origin spirit wasn't destroyed, he could be reborn at any time. I can crush you once, and I can similarly obliterate you a second time. I'm very curious what other methods you have to contend against me this time. The demon god spoke, and his demonic eyes that were like 2 black suns turned as he stared intently at Du Xiaofu. His tone was filled with extreme contempt. Even if this kid before him had endless methods, he would definitely not be able to survive in his hands. Cut the crap, let's fight. Du Xiaofu suddenly let out a loud roar from his throat, and his voice was like a bell that resounded through the void. Boom! Endless radiance swept out from his body, and thunder roared as it struck down, shattering everything. He wasn't looking down on the demon god, but this battle was unavoidable. Du Xiaofu knew very well that the demon god's power had already reached the limit of this world, surpassing the strength possessed by a sky sage realm cultivator. If one were to really compare, he wasn't inferior to the Du family's ancestor who had fused with the heavenly Dao back then. It was only because the Du family's ancestor had the heavenly Dao body that he could mobilize the invisible laws of this world, that he could suppress the demon god. Such strength was definitely not something that the current Du Xiaofu could reach. However, as long as he didn't die, there was no reason for the devil religion to run rampant. Looks like you really don't want to die fast enough. Since that's the case, how can I disappoint you? The demon god spoke in a calm tone, but his words were filled with an unparalleled, murderous intent. As he spoke, one of the demon god's arms danced, and a fist that was like a mountain moved horizontally in the void. An unparalleled force swept out, crushing down on Du Xiaofu. Outside his body, layers of billowing devil qi transformed into countless ferocious scenes. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared vividly, and tragic cries and screams were incessant. Kill! The tip of Du Xiaofu's tongue was like spring thunder, and his loud roar shook the void. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the ninth heaven, striking the demon god's thick arms and huge fists, emitting a series of metallic clangs. At the same time, Du Xiaofu, who was enveloped by endless purplish gold light, instantly moved and pounced on the demon god's towering body. This scene fell into the eyes of all the living beings in this world. Everyone watched Du Xiaofu's actions and felt their blood boil uncontrollably. The Rock Emperor has made his move. He's going to fight the demon god again. Although I know I'm no match for him, I'll still go. The Rock Emperor is the cornerstone of our world. The Rock Emperor has been reborn on the spot, slaying gods and vanquishing demons. The Rock Emperor, the Rock Emperor, the Rock Emperor. Countless living beings looked up at the sky and screamed at the top of their lungs. Under the lead of some of the living beings, the rest of the living beings began to shout the Rock Emperor in unison. At this moment, a strange energy suddenly rose from the heavens and earth, rising into the sky. This strange energy was emitted from every living being and flowed rapidly along the invisible veins on the ground, gathering in the desolate country's palace. Chapter 2652. Rock Emperor, Rock Emperor, Rock Emperor. Countless living beings shouted as they looked up at the sky. Their eyes were fixed on the figure, shrouded in purple gold light, as they shouted in unison. Countless people's shouts condensed into a terrifyingly loud sound that reverberated between heaven and earth. Along with every shout, the entire world trembled along with it. Rumble. The sky was shaking, the earth was trembling, the mountains were collapsing, and the blood river was exploding. Between heaven and earth, a strange, formless energy filled the air and swept through. It flowed along the invisible veins buried deep in the earth, heading towards the desolate nation's imperial palace in the middle ground and converging towards the ancient wilderness continent's divine temple. Streaks of formless qi turned into streaks of golden dragon-shaped shadows that roared as they pierced through the veins in an endless stream. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was wrapped in a violet gold light and was charging towards the demon god, felt an invisible power in his body, causing his entire body's qi to rapidly revolve. The veins in his body glowed and burned brightly, forming a mysterious pattern. This pattern seemed to contain an inexhaustible force that continuously flowed into Du Xiaofu's limbs and bones, making him feel that his entire body was filled with terrifying power. Rock Emperor, Rock Emperor, Rock Emperor. All the creatures in this world were shouting loudly, shouting the name Great Rock Emperor. In the desolate nation Stone City, within the imperial palace, the dragon qi was torrential and dense, rising into the sky. The terrifying power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth, causing the entire Stone City to be enveloped in a golden glow. Rock Emperor. Countless citizens of the desolate nation, regardless of whether they were in the ruins of the battlefield or on the streets that had yet to be touched by the flames of war, were all facing the direction of the imperial palace. All of them knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Everyone knelt down to the young man standing high in the clouds from the bottom of their hearts, hoping that he would defeat the fiend celestial and quell the great calamity. As the people of the desolate country bowed, all the living beings in the 3 continents, 9 provinces, and 1 world felt their souls throbbing intensely at that moment. Immediately after, the living beings on the battlefield all knelt down and shouted crazily in unison, Rock Emperor, Rock Emperor. At this moment, the entire world submitted to him and worshipped him. Boundless energy continued to flow into the figure in the sky. The ferocious golden light gathered and covered his entire body. Even his true body could no longer be seen clearly. All that was left was a blurry golden outline. Amazing! Incredible! This brat was actually able to reach such a level, causing all living beings in the world to kneel down and call out his name. Now, it won't be so easy for the demon god to kill him. In the distant crowd, Fu Ibai said excitedly. His body was trembling, and he wanted to prostrate himself like all the living beings in the world. The worship of the entire world and the faith of all living beings condensed into the boundless imperial palace's dragon chi, augmenting his body. I'm afraid that in this world, only this kind of power can fight against the demon god. Beside him, the beautiful woman in palatial attire, East Deity, could not help but say with ripples in her eyes, Dad has become so powerful. Little Xingxing, Du Xiaohuang, and Du Xiaolin said while stuttering, Du Tingxian, Du Yunlong, Jin Qingchen, Du Xiaoyao, and the rest of the half-step heavenly sage experts looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They never expected that things would develop into such a situation. While everyone was shocked, they also had endless expectations. They hoped that with the augmentation of this power, Du Xiaofu could match the demon god. Even if they could not kill him, they could at least slow down the unstoppable progress of the great calamity. Everyone raised their eyes and looked up at the sky. As Du Xiaofu flew, he suddenly shouted, "Tyrannical shadow!" Roar. In the stone city's imperial palace, a violent roar suddenly sounded. When this roar sounded, an azure dragon phantom broke through the roof of the palace and flew across the sky. It directly went to Du Xiaofu's side and danced around him. Du Xiaofu slightly stretched out his hand, and the azure dragon phantom let out another violent roar before it quickly flashed into Du Xiaofu's hand and was grasped by him. Then a dazzling golden light condensed, and the shadow of the azure dragon disappeared. A long sword with an azure gold color appeared in Du Xiaofu's hand. Suddenly, a domineering aura filled the air, and a clanging sound was faintly heard. On the azure gold long sword, azure gold runes flickered, and the sword body emitted a faint azure gold light. It looked simple and crude, but in fact it was extremely agile. The arc of the sword blade was elegant, and the azure gold light shone brightly. The runes flowed naturally. Small dragon phantoms circled around the long sword, showing an endless domineering aura. The whole world worships the Emperor's aura on the body. To be able to reach this step, it's really incredible. The changes in Du Xiaofu's body made even the demon god opposite him unable to help but be moved. Two demon eyes that were like two black suns turned, and there was an unconcealable ripple. The arm that carried an unparalleled force, waving in the void, could not help but pause. Obviously, the aura that Du Xiaofu was showing at this time, even as a demon god who had the ultimate power of this world. He could not help but be deeply shocked. Kill! Du Xiaofu roared and slashed with the long sword in his hand. A dazzling sword chi shot out from the blade, carrying an unparalleled sharpness and fierceness, as if it could destroy everything in its path. The void was directly torn apart by this sword, creating a neat crack that reached the demon god's position. At this time, Du Xiaofu felt that his entire body was being supported by an endless amount of power. His strength actually soared all the way, quickly surpassing his original realm. He seemed to have a feeling that under such circumstances, all the living beings in this world had separated a bit of their power and injected it into his body, giving him the power to destroy everything in his path, ferocious and shocking the world. The whole world worships, gathering endless dragon chi to support your body, and thus reaching the peak of the heavenly sage realm. I have to say, you have really surprised me. After being stunned for a moment, the shock in the demon god's eyes slowly disappeared, and he said leisurely, "But just this alone is still not enough." As he spoke, the demon gods are moved rapidly, and a huge fist shook the void. Layers of demon chi whizzed forward with earth-shattering force, covering Du Xiaofu's head. Rumble. In a huge roar, The demon god's fist finally collided with the long sword in Du Xiaofu's hand. Chi chi chi! The sharp sword chi burst out, cutting into the demon chi outside the demon god's body. It was as if it had stabbed into a pile of sand, making a teeth-numbing sound as it encountered great resistance. However, this resistance was ultimately broken by dominating shadow. The unparalleled sharpness was unstoppable, and it ruthlessly cut into the demon god's fist. Clang, a soft, muffled sound was heard, and Du Xiaofu and the demon god separated. The long sword was suddenly repelled, and even Du Xiaofu's body was pushed back in the void step by step. Uft! Du Xiaofu flew back thousands of miles, and in the endless light, a purple-gold blood arrow spurted out, piercing a dark hole in the void. In his hand, the long sword, dominating shadow, buzzed and vibrated endlessly. On the opposite side, the demon god's body also took half a step back, and he retracted his arm. During this process, a stream of black blood sprinkled in the sky, corroding the space. If one looked closely, they would see that there was a long and narrow wound on the back of the mountain-like fist, and demon blood was gushing out. The demon god is injured. Look, the demon god is injured. When a few sharp-eyed creatures saw this scene, they immediately cried out loudly, excited to the extreme. In everyone's opinion, the demon god had always been invincible. It was difficult to even shake his majestic body, let alone injure him. However, this time, Du Xiaofu's attack actually injured the demon god, and demon blood was sprinkling in the sky. How could this not be exciting? The demon god is injured, but he is not immortal. The Rock Emperor is mighty. The Rock Emperor seems to be injured as well. The demon god is really too powerful. It's good that he can injure him. This means that there is still a chance to completely kill him. And all of this can only depend on the Rock Emperor. I hope the Rock Emperor can sweep across the sky and kill the demon god. Rock Emperor, hold on. Slay the gods and subdue the demons. Rock Emperor, Rock Emperor. Countless living beings began to roar madly once again. Everyone was in high spirits. At this moment, everyone saw a glimmer of hope. What they thought was right. As long as the Rock Emperor was around, there was a possibility of killing the demon god. However, at this moment, while they were cheering for the Rock Emperor, they were also worried for him. After all, the demon god's strength was obvious to all. Humph! In front of the demon god, Du Xiaofu is just an ant. Being stung by an ant is completely insignificant. I'm afraid that in the end, your Rock Emperor will disappoint you. No matter what, he won't be a match for the demon god. Someone from the devil religion snorted, still full of confidence. In the exchange just now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that even though the demon god was injured by Du Xiaofu's sword, he was still at an absolute disadvantage and was not a match for Du Xiaofu at all. You can actually injure me. To be able to do this, even if you die, you should be proud. The demon god said loudly in the sky as he looked at Du Xiaofu with his demonic eyes. The wound on the back of his hand was entangled with a golden aura that kept corroding it. However, under the dense demonic aura, the golden aura was quickly devoured, and the blood flowed back drop by drop. Then the wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short moment, the long and narrow sword mark disappeared. His skin was suffused with a strong bronze color, releasing an explosive feeling of power. Uft. In the distance, Du Xiaofu's feet stepped on the void and finally stopped his body from flying backward. The next moment, he clutched his chest with one hand and spat out another mouthful of blood. The result of the blow with the demon god was that the demon god's tremendous power passed through the overlord's shadow and into his body, causing him to be violently shaken. The chi and blood in his body were in turmoil, and his body felt like it was about to explode. The long sword in his hand also buzzed incessantly. Is the difference still so great? Du Xiaofu stood in the sky and mumbled to himself. He could not help but feel shocked. His strength had suddenly increased completely by relying on the converging power of countless living beings in this world. through the condensation of the underground dragon vein. It had entered the ancient wilderness continent's divine temple and the desolate country's stone city's imperial palace, turning into a vast and boundless imperial palace's dragon chi. The human emperor's seal in the divine temple had long been integrated with his body, the overlord's shadow in his hand, as the desolate country's new seal, had condensed an unparalleled and vast power. It could be said that Du Xiaofu's current strength was achieved by condensing the power of all living beings in this world. It was the strongest power that he could use now, and he had already reached the peak of the heavenly sage realm. Under such circumstances, after exchanging a blow with the demon god, he still suffered great injuries. His physical body and primordial spirit were violently shaken. On the other hand, the demon god had only suffered moderate injuries. It did not affect his overall strength at all. With such a difference, how could Du Xiaofu not feel fear? Fortunately, with this power, he could at least fight against the demon god. At the very least, if he used all his strength to protect himself, it would be extremely difficult for the demon god to kill him. The world worships you, and the imperial chi on you are already extremely impressive. But if you think that I can't kill you, then you are gravely mistaken. The demon god's body moved horizontally in the void. After a few steps, he caught up to Du Xiaofu. Suddenly, a boundless blood-red mist surged out from the indomitable demon god's body. Like the water of a long river, it stirred up heavy waves and fiercely surged forward. This boundless blood-red mist condensed and rapidly took shape in the void. Finally, it condensed into the shape of a huge, heavy sword. As if it was real, it was held in the demon god's hand. If such a huge sword was placed on the ground, it would probably be longer than the 8,000-mile-long river in the Middle State. Waves of dense demon chi spread out and undulated on the blade, emitting a ferocious aura. The demon god held the hilt of the sword with one hand and raised his arm. He moved directly towards where Du Xiaofu was and suddenly slashed down. Chi La, a terrible abyssal crack, appeared in the void and spread out in an instant, extending all the way to Du Xiaofu's side. Before the saber had even landed, an endless stream of biting cold stellar energy had already passed through the spatial fissure. Like numerous sabers, they whistled through the air, slicing the violet gold light around Du Xiaofu into countless pieces before slashing at his body. Pu Piyu, purple gold blood, suddenly poured out and fell from the sky. Kill! Du Xiaofu shouted. The arm holding the tyrant shadow shook instantly, and the long sword made a sharp sound. Seeing the demon god's blade coming down, the imperial palace's dragon chi coiled and swept out. The profound chi in Du Xiaofu's body circulated crazily, entering the tyrant shadow to meet the demon god's attack. Roar! A huge golden dragon shadow roared and rushed out. It flew away from the sword and dove into the spatial crack. Chi la la! The golden dragon shadow collided with the gang chi of the long sword. The two completely opposite forces instantly made a series of clashing sounds. Whether it was the golden dragon shadow or the endless blood-red demon chi, they were constantly entangled with each other and consumed each other. In an instant, they shattered and turned into talisman runes that flew in all directions. In the next moment, the long sword in the demon god's hand collided with Du Xiaofu's tyrant shadow. Buzz, 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 buzz. A terrible buzzing sound spread out and attacked the primordial spirits of all living beings, causing their eardrums to be dizzy and their eyes to turn black. Clang, clang! In the instant when the sword and saber collided, Du Xiaofu's tyrant shadow was violently shaken and directly sent flying. His palm was torn, and he couldn't even hold the hilt of the sword. However, the momentum of the demon god's sword did not decrease. It continued to shake the sky and slash down at Du Xiaofu's head with incomparable speed. Caught off guard, Du Xiaofu didn't have time to make any counterattacks. The golden light around his body surged violently as he activated the first form of Fuyao, wanting to escape from the range of the long sword. However, what made him feel terrified was that when the long sword fell, the space seemed to be imprisoned. Under the first form of Fuyao, it was actually delayed for half a breath's time before his figure disappeared from the spot. It was also because of this that the demon god's Tyrant Shadow's sword had already landed on his chest before he could pass through space. Ah! Du Xiaofu let out a miserable cry as his sternum was cut open by the saber. His flesh and blood rolled up, revealing his throbbing internal organs. The immortal Xian body squirmed, but the demonic aura on the blade had invaded and covered his wound, causing the recovery process to be abnormally slow. Little Yu has a few comics now, but not many. After a while, he'll get more. When the time comes, he'll organize a small event and give it to everyone. Readers, please add Little Yu's WeChat public account, YF. Remember, it's the account YF. When the time comes, Little Yu will select some readers to give the comics to thank everyone for their continuous support. Rock Emperor. Rock Emperor, hang in there. Rock Emperor. Down below, many living beings who saw this scene could not help but feel their hearts rise to their throats, seeing that Du Xiaofu was no match for the demon god. Everyone's hearts were filled with endless worry. Xiaofu, you must hang in there. You're the last hope of this world. Nothing must happen to you. Dad, you can do it. Du Tingxian, Zhan Qingchen, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaohuang, and the others were also sweating in the palms of their hands, worried for Du Xiaofu. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the demon god, but they were unable to go forward to help. They could only let Du Xiaofu fight alone, not to mention what effect they could play if they went up there. The 8 demon emperors who were watching them from a distance would definitely step in to stop them once they went up there. When that time came, more people would die in the tragic battle, so it was better to just watch the battle in the sky quietly. It could also be said that the battle between Du Xiaofu and the demon god represented the battle between this world and the devil religion. If Du Xiaofu really fell, this world would become a devil's domain and no one would be spared. And if Du Xiaofu had a chance to kill the demon god, then the great calamity would naturally be averted. Therefore, not only did Du Xiaofu gather the faith of all living beings, but he was also the biggest hope of this world. Chapter 2653. The demonic saber that was longer than the 4,000-kilometer-long river was held in the god-fiend's hand. It was suffused with a bloodthirsty scarlet color. In the entire world, boundless fiendish aura constantly rose and gathered on the demonic saber, causing it to emit a terrifying might. Du Xiaofu was sent flying by the attack. His indestructible Xian body was also broken, and he was severely injured. Purplish gold blood gushed out from the wound on his chest, and his flesh was torn open. Rock Emperor, hang in there. Rock Emperor, you must hang in there. Rock Emperor. Seeing this scene, countless living beings cheered in unison for Du Xiaofu. In the 3 continents Kyushu domain, all the battles had stopped. Regardless of whether it was the devil religion's side or the many living beings in this domain, all of them were focused on the battle in the sky. The outcome of the battle between the god-fiend and Du Xiaofu could be said to determine the final outcome of this domain. However, everyone knew that even though Du Xiaofu had gathered the power of faith of all living beings in this domain, he was still unable to match the god-fiend's strength. Regardless of whether the god-fiend has recovered to his peak strength, there is no doubt that his current strength has already reached the limit of this domain, surpassing the Sky Sage realm. Even if that kid has the desolate nation's new seal and the imperial aura from the world's worship, he can only reach the peak of the Sky Sage realm. He is far from being comparable to the god-fiend. Nan Ru, who was beside Du Tingxian and the others, said. When Fu Yibai and the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement. The gap between the two is indeed not small, but it is not so big that it cannot be surpassed. If that kid can take another step forward, he might really have a chance of fighting the god-fiend head-on. Crazy ol' Bei Qi, who is also Ouyang Shuang's master, added. Taking another step forward is easy to say, but it is extremely difficult to achieve it. Grasping a certain amount of the true meaning of the laws was equivalent to stepping foot into the heavenly saint stage. And in the heavenly saint stage, one had to constantly perfect the laws until they reached perfection. Only by mastering a complete set of laws would one be able to surpass the saint realm. With that kid's talent, it's inevitable that he would reach such heights. However, time waits for no man. Before he could fully mature, the demon god had already recovered, and the great calamity had already arrived. East deity sighed as a hint of worry flashed across her beautiful face. He stepped into the heavenly saint realm through the law of lightning and the law of space. If he could perfect one of them, he might not be able to defeat the demon god, but he would at least be able to fight him to the end. In the end, the odds of victory and defeat are 50-50. Fu Ibai also let out a long sigh. After he finished speaking, he shook his head. It was as if he also knew that it was impossible to perfect one of these two laws in a short period of time. What Du Xiaofu lacked wasn't talent or hard work. What he lacked was time. However, the great calamity was ongoing, so how could he have the time to cultivate step by step? The demonic sect couldn't wait until then, and neither could any of the living beings in this world. Just watch. Maybe there will be a miracle. Du Xiaoyao suddenly said with a burning gaze. Even if Boss can't defeat the demon god, it won't be that easy for the demon god to kill Boss. That's true. On the side, Zhenqing Chen, Jialo Juiyu, Qingguyu, and the others nodded when they heard this. Although the current situation was not optimistic, at least if Du Xiaofu really wanted to protect himself, there was still a certain amount of hope. As long as he did not fight to the end, it would not be easy for the demon god to kill him. As everyone spoke, their gazes never moved as they stared at the sky, at the demonic figure standing between the heavens and the earth, and at the young man wrapped in purple gold light. I can't defeat him. Looks like I can't fight him head-on, Du Xiaofu murmured as purple gold lightning flashed on his chest, removing the demon chi that lingered around him bit by bit. His wound slowly squirmed and kept healing, wrapped in the purple gold light. His eyes looked at the figure that seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth. His heart was abnormally heavy. After several rounds of fighting, he had always been at an absolute disadvantage. If it were not for the endless support of the Imperial Palace's dragon chi, he would have died under the demon god's demonic saber. Even so, he still knew that he did not have the absolute strength to fight the demon god to the end. Therefore, he could only use the strategy of retreating in order to advance and not fight the demon god head-on. But dragging this out is not a solution. Du Xiaofu released the power of his primordial spirit and swept across the Sanlu Kyushu realm, and countless scenes entered his senses. He could feel that all living creatures were looking up at him with anticipation in their eyes, hoping that he could kill the demon god, eliminate the devil religion, clear the universe, and restore clarity to the world. Therefore, even if he could drag it out for a while, he could not drag it out forever. There had to be an end to all of this. I've said it before, you'll be the first person to die after I recover. Just as Du Xiaofu was thinking, the demon god spoke again. His voice was loud and resounded throughout the heavens and earth. He dragged the blood-red saber in his hand as he strode forward in the void. As if he could see Du Xiaofu's thoughts, the demon god continued to walk forward and said, "If you don't want to be the first to die, I can fulfill your wish. Wait until I've taken care of those cultivators at the saint stage and above, then I'll deal with you." As the demon god spoke, he brandished his saber in the void. Layers of demon chi rolled and drifted between the heavens and earth, setting off a boundless blood-red storm that swept wildly and attacked the heavens and earth. Aren't you just trying to force me to fight you head-on? I never intended to run away. No matter who dies between us, there has to be an end. But now, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to take my life. Du Xiaofu snorted coldly and said word by word. How could he not understand the meaning of the demon god's words? He was using the lives of other living creatures to threaten him. If he only cared about retreating and did not fight him head-on, the demon god would definitely attack those cultivators at the saint stage and above as soon as he had the chance. With his strength, a large number of those experts would die in a single strike from him. Du Xiaofu absolutely would not allow this kind of situation to happen. Moreover, although he knew that he could not defeat the demon god, he did not intend to run away. If he wanted to run away, he would have used his cultivation to break through the world barrier and hide in another world. The demon god would not chase after him. After all, once he went to the outside world, there were still the lords of the 3,000 great worlds, and the dragon god who could kill the demon god. However, Du Xiaofu would never do such a thing. Wasn't the purpose of his decades of painstaking cultivation to protect the people he cared about? If he were to really run away, then how would those people from the Du family, the citizens of the desolate country, and his many good friends in this world survive the devil religion? Therefore, even if he knew that he was going to die, he had no way out. He had to fight to the end. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the demon god suddenly snorted and said. In his hand, the demonic saber shook violently. With a hum, circles of ripples appeared in the void, and terrifying spatial folds arose. It was like a vast piece of cloth that was being torn apart by a hurricane. The scene was extremely horrifying. The demonic aura boiled between heaven and earth, as if a large sea of blood was roaring. Immediately after, the demon god raised the long saber in his hand. Holding it with both hands, he slashed down with enough force to split Mount Hua. Chi-la! The space was torn apart like silk, emitting a terrifying tearing sound. A crack of unknown length was directly torn open, extending all the way to Du Xiaofu's front. A terrifying power rippled out. After a violent tremor, the space suddenly froze, as if it had suddenly frozen. Kill! Facing the demon god's fierce attack, Du Xiaofu shouted and stretched out his wrist. Buying, who had been sent flying, flew back with a buzzing sound and landed in his palm. At the same time, in his mind, the nomological imprint engraved on his primordial spirit shone. Strange patterns flickered with an indescribable, mysterious color. Following the movement of the nomological imprint, large amounts of mysterious runes fluttered around his body, constantly changing and combining, releasing a mysterious and unfathomable power. The space in front of him was directly distorted, and the connecting space crack was squeezed out of shape. Then, with a boom, it collapsed. The space that was imprisoned by the demon god's power collapsed, allowing him to regain his freedom. Then Du Xiaofu's body skyrocketed, reaching the 9 heavens, and was at the same height as the demon god's eyes. With the thought of all living beings slay gods and subdue demons, Du Xiaofu shouted, and the long sword Buying was raised high above his head, pointing directly at the sky. In the desolate country's palace and in the human tribe's divine temple in the ancient wilderness, 2 long golden dragon shadows roared and rushed out. One rushed towards the long sword in Du Xiaofu's hand, while the other flew around his body and directly drilled into his body and disappeared. Boom! Suddenly the whole world darkened, as if night had suddenly fallen and there was no light. The violent sound of thunder fell, and a bright bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, tearing the sky apart, and landed on the tip of Bai Ying's sword. The bright bolt of lightning was like a waterfall, bathing Bai Ying in it and fusing with the golden dragon shadow. The dragon shadow continued to grow, and then turned into a golden, lightning dragon. At this moment, the long sword emitted a blinding brilliance, and a terrifying power, like the shaking of the heavens, swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Du Xiaofu stood in the air, and his body was wrapped in a bright yellow light and purple gold lightning. He stood in the 9 heavens, like a god overlooking the world. A powerful pressure descended, and an awe-inspiring majesty filled the heavens and earth. Rock Emperor! Rock Emperor! All the living beings could not help but shout in unison, looking up at the figure in the sky and kowtowing non-stop. At this moment, all the living beings felt their blood boiling, and their chests were filled with lofty sentiments. At this moment, everyone vaguely felt as if they possessed endless power. Even if they were facing the demonic figure that stood between the heavens and the earth, they no longer had the slightest bit of fear. They wished they could give up their lives and shed their hot blood to fight it. At this moment, all the living beings in this world were united like never before, and they shouted the name of the young man wrapped in light at the top of their lungs. It was as if the more they shouted, the more powerful that young man would be, going all out. Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions and the demon god's demonic saber slashing down, his demonic eyes, which were like two black suns, rippled. He could not help but say, "No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to change the outcome of your death. Kill." In the sky, Du Xiaofu let out a long roar that reverberated in all directions. Ba Ying moved in response to the roar, shaking the void. The golden dragon roared and lightning struck. Terrifying cracks and abysses were torn open in the sky. Ferocious energy whistled and swept through the air, as if doomsday had arrived. It was terrifying. In such a scene, Ba Ying slashed down and collided with the blood-red saber in the demon god's hand. Boom! A terrifying sound was produced, and the heavens and earth shook violently, as if the most terrifying earthquake had arrived. When the two completely different energies collided, they immediately shattered and exploded. The energy fragments danced in the air, and the void was in a mess. In the sky, the boundless space exploded. Under the impact of the energy that filled the sky, it spread and connected with each other, forming a terrifying black hole vortex that hung high in the sky. It tore and sucked fiercely, and it instantly erupted. On the ground, huge mountains rose from the ground, and pieces of gravel traversed the void. Pieces of the earth flew out and were swallowed by the black hole vortex, annihilating them into nothingness. However, the strange thing was that there was a strange fluctuation drifting out from all the living creatures. They were connected to each other, and they were not shaken by the black hole. On the other hand, the people on the devil religion's side could not stand steadily, as if they wanted to ride the wind and fly away. Some cultivators below the martial emperor realm were directly pulled by the terrifying devouring force into the sky and were swallowed by the black hole. Rumble, the whole world was shaking and pieces of space collapsed and then exploded, being swallowed by the black hole. It was in such a horrifying scene that a figure was sent flying backward in the chaotic energy storm and space turbulence. Large mouthfuls of purple gold blood gushed out of his mouth and fell into the void, only to be crushed into pieces by the endless storm. On the other side, the demonic body that stood between heaven and earth took dozens of steps back, and each step was tens of thousands of miles away. When his last step landed, a bottomless pit was formed in the ground. Puff! The light on Du Xiaofu's body had already dissipated. After flying backward for millions of miles, he stopped. His chest felt stuffy, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His right arm had exploded, and the flesh and blood of his broken arm hung down like a piece of cloth. His long sword, tyrannical shadow, was nowhere to be found. On his body, terrifying wounds crisscrossed, and each of them went deep into his internal organs. His bones were broken inch by inch, and he was limp like a person with cartilage. His aura was extremely weak and dispirited, and he even seemed to be struggling to stand in the air. "You're really something." In the distance, the demonic god's voice echoed between heaven and earth. Du Xiaofu looked up and saw that in the distance, the blood-red demonic saber in the demonic god's hand had also disappeared. At the corner of the demonic mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the sky, a line of black blood flowed. The pair of demonic palms that were holding the demonic saber earlier had also split open, tearing open several ghastly wounds. "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. You don't even have the power to mobilize the sovereign qi and the power of law. What else do you have to fight me next?" The demonic god's huge demonic eyes turned, and finally he was no longer as calm as before. His words also carried a bit of fierceness. Looking at Du Xiaofu, the demonic god's expression was somewhat ferocious. A human brat who had only cultivated for a short few decades could actually injure him to such an extent. How could he not feel resentful? At this time, everything should end. You can be proud of yourself for being able to reach this step, even if you die. If this world hadn't turned into a demon's domain, your achievements would have been immortal and passed down through the ages. It's a pity that you no longer have the power to fight me now. The demonic god spoke sentence by sentence, almost as if he was gnashing his teeth. As he spoke, the huge demonic body moved again. His two legs, which were like pillars that supported the sky, moved quickly and charged in the direction of Du Xiaofu. As they moved forward, a demonic palm rose into the sky and directly smashed the energy storm that filled the sky. The horrifying black hole was also shattered by the palm. After letting out two wails, it collapsed between the sky and the earth. With your insignificant power, how can you stop my rise? Now let everything come to an end. If Lu Xiaoyu and Long Xian know that you've died in battle, I'm sure they'll mourn for you. One day I'll go and find them. Everything that I've suffered in the past, I'll pay them back in full. The demonic god's huge palm swept out and grabbed at Du Xiaofu. Right now, that young man was like an oil lamp that had run out of oil. He no longer had the slightest bit of strength to resist. He was no different from an ant. He didn't even need to breathe. With just a thought, he could crush him into ashes. However, he didn't want to do that. He wanted to grab him with his own hands and crush him like an ant. Only then could he eliminate the hatred in his heart. Is it really going to end like this? Under the cover of the demonic god's palm, Du Xiaofu fell from the sky. His eyes were gloomy, and he couldn't help but mumble to himself. He was very clear about his own condition. The power in his body had been exhausted. It was difficult for him to even stand in the sky, other than watching the gigantic demonic palm that covered the entire sky crush down. There was nothing they could do. However, his heart was filled with unwillingness. In the end, he couldn't defeat the demonic god. He couldn't protect the people he swore to protect. He couldn't fulfill the request of the ruler of the 3,000 great worlds. The final hope of this world was about to be destroyed. Who could stop the rise of the devil religion in the midst of a massacre? His family, loved ones, friends, and people were about to wither away. Chapter 2654. Kyushu fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared at the sky and watched as the gigantic demonic palm came crashing down on the young man's body. Following that, everyone's mouths erupted with shocking cries that shook the sky. Rock Emperor. Xiaofu. Dad. Brother. Boss. Third young master. Everyone's hearts were in their throats as they were shaken to the core. The figure that had fallen from the sky had tugged at their heartstrings. The Rock Emperor is exhausted. The demon god is too powerful. Even the Rock Emperor can't defeat him. But how can this be? He's the Rock Emperor. How can he lose? There's no hope. There's really no hope. The Rock Emperor has already done his best. Countless murmurs filled the air with gloomy expressions. Everyone could see that Du Xiaofu's aura was extremely weak. He no longer had the strength to fight. Facing the demon god's overwhelming demonic palm, he did not even have the strength to break free. However, everyone knew that the young man had already done his best. He had fought the demon god in the most terrifying battle for the sake of this realm and all living things. The Rock Emperor had only cultivated for a short period of time. It was already commendable that he could grow to his current level. However, the gap between him and the demon god was too great. If the calamity continued for another 100 years, no. If the calamity continued for another 10 years, 5 years, or even 1 year, perhaps everything would be different. However, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly as the demon god's gigantic palm came crashing down from the sky. They were powerless. After jumping around for so long, is he finally going to die? This time, there won't be any more surprises. To be able to fight the demon god to this extent, no wonder Lu Xiaoyu chose him. Many experts in the devil religion were discussing this. Even the 8 great devil emperors were no exception. They were all shocked. Du Xiaofu was previously said to be the greatest enemy of the devil religion. But many people of the devil religion disdained him, thinking that he was not strong enough to fight against the devil religion. With the devil god around, there was no room for him to jump up and down. Now, all the people of the devil religion heaved a sigh of relief and became serious. They were no longer as dismissive of Du Xiaofu as before. Originally, he thought that Lord Devil God would be able to capture Du Xiaofu easily. Killing him would be no different from killing an ant. However, no one had expected him to be able to fight the demon god to such an extent. Even though he was no match for the demon god in the end, he had still managed to injure the demon god. Furthermore, the demon god, who had always been calm, was now enraged. This enemy was indeed worthy of their attention. As everyone discussed, they all looked up at the sky. Would there still be a miracle? He was afraid that there would never be another one. Dad. Xiaofu. Boy. Little Xingxing. Zhen Qingchen. Du Tingxian. Fu Yibai, East Deity, Bei Qi, and the other Heavenly Saint Realm and Half-Step Heavenly Saint Realm experts had already rushed out at the same time. When the demon god took a step forward, they shot toward Du Xiaofu. They wanted to save Du Xiaofu before the demon god's hand really grabbed him. Keek keek. Under the attack of Lord Devil God, do these people want to die? Seeing this, the 5 demon emperors could not help but laugh sinisterly. 6 Heavenly Saint Realm experts, and a dozen half-step Heavenly Saints. Do they still think they are Du Xiaofu and can compete with Lord Devil God? Looking at the actions of these experts, the 8 demon emperors did not step forward to stop them. With the strength of these people, it was no different from a fantasy to save Du Xiaofu from the hands of Lord Devil God. Almost 20 people added together were not even enough to be swatted by Lord Devil God's hand. The demon emperors could not help but laugh coldly. They had already predicted the outcome of these people. Under the attack of Lord Devil God, they would most likely be severely injured. Those half-step Heavenly Saints would be crushed into powder when they came into contact with Lord Devil God's aura. Get lost. As little Xingxing's body moved, he spread out his dragon body and flapped his wings. Flames filled the sky as he attacked the giant palm of the demon god high in the sky. At the same time, East Deity, West Demon, Nanru, Beiqi, and Central Divinity also moved quickly. In an instant, they left Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and the other half-step Heavenly Saints far behind and faced the giant palm of the demon god head-on. The 5 of them shot out energy that filled the sky at the same time and gathered into one place. It condensed into a dazzling sharp sword in the void and shot toward the sky. Since you are all here, then let's die together. The demon god's palm did not move or pause as it pressed down. Vast energy surged and corroded the space, creating a palm-shaped black hole. Below, little Xingxing's monstrous flames collided with the palm. Patches of demonic qi were incinerated, but the large patch of flames also disappeared. The sharp sword condensed from the power of Fu Yibai and the other half-step Heavenly Saints collided with the demon god's palm. After a loud explosion, it dissipated and turned into talisman runes that filled the sky. These 2 attacks did not cause any damage to the demon god. They did not even cause his palm to pause for a moment. They still carried terrifying fluctuations as they shook the sky. Run. Fu Yibai finally got close to Du Xiaofu's body. A stream of energy swept out from his hand and wrapped around Du Xiaofu. Fu Yibai suddenly turned around and wanted to escape from this area. Not good. The demon god is too powerful. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. Xiao immediately shouted. At this moment, everyone had already fallen into the demon god's palm. With their speed, it was impossible for them to escape. That violent devil qi rushed over, instantly tearing apart his physical body. Fu Bai and the rest were the same. They were all injured in an instant. Within the vast demonic qi, there was a strange wave of energy that froze the void, making it impossible for them to even tear open space. Go! Little Xingxing suddenly waved his hand, and a huge turtle shell rose into the sky. It rapidly enlarged and emitted an intense light that enveloped Du Xiaofu, Fu Bai, and the rest. Boom! The demon god's huge palm slammed onto the turtle shell, emitting an earth-shattering explosion. Wang! The turtle shell trembled and buzzed incessantly, but miraculously, the demon god's attack did not shatter the turtle shell. It had withstood the attack. However, the people under the protection of the tortoise shell felt their chests constricted in the loud, buzzing sound. They spat out a mouthful of blood. They were seriously injured, but fortunately, their lives were not in danger. So it's Long Xian's item. It's no wonder it could withstand my attack. The demon god said calmly. He could tell the origin of the turtle shell with a single glance. Run! Taking advantage of this opportunity, the space in front of Fu Bai and the rest silently tore open. They flashed into it and fled into the distance, not even daring to look back. With the demon god's strength, it would not take long for him to catch up to them. However, they could not abandon Du Xiaofu. Even if they had to risk their lives, they had to protect this youth. As long as he did not die, it meant that there was still hope for this world. If Long Xian's daughter were to die in this world, I wonder if he would regret what he did back then. With a cold snort, the demon god took a step forward once again. He waved his arm at the same time, and another terrifying palm came crashing down from the sky. Oh no! Little Xingxing and the rest could sense that the demon god's speed was extremely fast, and he would soon catch up to them. If that was the case, not to mention Du Xiaofu, none of them would be able to escape. In the end, they would all be unable to avoid death. I've done my best, and leave the rest to fate. I've already done what I should do. I have no regrets, even if I die. Let me go. The one he wants to kill now is me. Du Xiaofu said weakly after coughing out a mouthful of blood while being carried away by several people. He knew very well that with the strength of Fu Bai and the rest, it was impossible for them to survive the demon god's attack. Even with the tortoise shell that the dragon god had left behind for little Xingxing, it could only save them once. When the demon god was prepared and attacked again, none of them would be able to escape. And now, the person that the demon god wanted to kill the most was them. If they let him go, there was still hope for them to escape. Although no one would be able to escape the massacre of the devil religion after his death, at the very least, it would allow them to preserve their lives for a while. Dad, don't say anything. I have something that my dad left behind. The demon god cannot truly kill me for a while. Little Xingxing said as he took Du Xiaofu from Fu Bai's hands. A pile of elixirs appeared in his hands, and he stuffed them into Du Xiaofu's mouth like pouring beans. Then little Xingxing chased the East Immortal, West Demon, and the rest out of the range of the tortoise shell and quickly fled with Du Xiaofu. After the 5 of them were chased out by little Xingxing, they did not dare to delay and flew in the other direction to avoid the range of the demon god's palm. Rock Emperor, you must survive. Only by surviving will there be hope. Purple Dragon Emperor, hurry up, hurry up. Will there be another miracle? Can the Rock Emperor escape the demon god's pursuit? In this realm, countless experts were sweating as they clenched their fists and shouted in their hearts, hoping that little Xingxing's speed could be a bit faster and escape the demon god's pursuit. Kiki, don't you think that people will laugh their heads off if they still believe in miracles at this time? Du Xiaofu has nowhere to go. He's dead for sure this time. No matter how he escapes, how can he escape from the demon god's palm? The experts of the devil religion were also talking. Everyone's expression was stern as they widened their eyes, afraid that they would miss something. They all wanted to see how Du Xiaofu would die in the hands of the demon god. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly resounded through the heavens and the earth, and it came from afar. Brat, when I'm not around, you're already in such a sorry state. This voice was so loud that it spread in all directions, allowing many experts to hear it clearly. Following that, a powerful aura shot out from the void towards Du Xiaofu. Who's talking? Who's that? Could it be that things have taken a turn for the better? The beings of the Sanlu and Kyushu realms immediately looked up, trying to find the figure of the person who had spoken. However, what they saw was not a single figure. There was only a sea of fire that spread out rapidly in the sky and headed in Du Xiaofu's direction. Hule Laozu. Ancestor, it's the ancestor. Why did he appear at this time? The people of the desolate country and some experts from the demon realm realized that the aura carried by the sea of fire belonged to Hule Laozu, who was also the heavenly demon ancestor of a sacred demon temple in the demon realm. Countless people were puzzled. Hule Laozu's cultivation was only at the perfected saint realm. If he appeared at this time, how could he save Du Xiaofu, who was being hunted down? With his strength, how could he fight against the demon god? At this moment, his arrival would probably only add another soul to the demon god's palm. For the entire calamity, it would be of no help at all. Ancestor. Little Xingxing, who was fleeing at top speed, sensed Hule Laozu's arrival and could not help but be shocked for a moment. Similarly, Du Xiaofu, who was beside him, could not help but reveal a look of surprise on his pale face. He knew that when he had entered a state of cultivation in the unsuppressed space, Hule Laozu had left with Lei Tianhuang without saying anything. No one knew where the two of them had gone and what they had done. Moreover, everyone had been cultivating in that space for an unknown number of years, and Hule Laozu had not returned. Even when the calamity of this world had descended and the devil religion had begun its massacre, he had still disappeared without a trace. Until today he had suddenly appeared. Ancestor, why are you back? Du Xiaofu asked, unconsciously with a hint of joy. Boy, there's no time to lose. Quickly merge with the spiritual thunder. After the sea of fire swept to Du Xiaofu's side, it suddenly retracted and returned to the appearance of the fat old man. He waved his sleeves in the void, and suddenly there was a walala sound. From various places in this world, dozens of balls of light flashed and rushed into the sky, quickly sweeping toward Du Xiaofu and the others. These dozen or so rays of light were multicolored and varied in shape. However, the one thing they had in common was that they all contained destructive energy fluctuations. Numerous bolts of lightning struck out from the balls of light, and they tore the space apart. As soon as these balls of light appeared, Du Xiaofu immediately felt a strange yet familiar aura. Spiritual thunder. 18 spiritual thunders. Du Xiaofu's eyes were filled with shock. After swallowing the elixir, his face looked better, but it was still pale. At this time, seeing so many spiritual thunders appear, his eyes could not help but show a strong sense of shock. He had never thought that after Hule Laozu had left, he would return with so many spiritual thunders. Without thinking too much, he knew what he had done all these years. In Du Xiaofu's heart, he could not help but feel moved. In order to let him merge with the spiritual thunders and fight with the demon god, Hule Laozu had done so many things in secret. Spiritual thunder. So many spiritual thunders. Hule Laozu actually found so many spiritual thunders. Oh my god! 18 spiritual thunders, in addition to the ones that the Rock Emperor already has. There are at least 20 spiritual thunders. If the Rock Emperor merges with these spiritual thunders, I wonder if he can fight with the demon god head-on. There's hope, there's hope. A miracle has really happened. Rock Emperor, you must refine these spiritual thunders. Seeing this scene, countless living beings couldn't help but become excited. Their hearts, which had already sunk to the extreme, were instantly rekindled with hope. With these spiritual thunders that Hule Laozu had found, the Rock Emperor would definitely be able to stand up again and fight against the demon god. This old immortal, where did he find so many spiritual thunders? A centipede dies but never falls down. Du Xiaofu is really tenacious. At this point in time, there are still so many variables. Should we make a move and eliminate that kid together with the demon god? Let's not make a move for now. If we make a move, Fu Bai and the other old fellows will definitely stop us. Besides, the demon god should be able to handle this matter. Within the devil religion, the 8 major devil religion were also shocked at the same time. Everyone's eyes emitted a murderous glint. Looking at the fat old man beside Du Xiaofu, they wished they could charge forward and chop him into pieces. Originally, everything had already reached the final juncture. Du Xiaofu had no way to resist and could only face death. Who knew that this old man would suddenly jump out and bring back a total of 18 spiritual thunders? With the help of these spiritual thunders, Du Xiaofu would only need a snap of his fingers to recover to his peak. At that time, the variables would be even greater. Nether water ripple lightning, meteor fall dipper lightning, 9 sun sky burning lightning, seeing the spiritual thunders fly to his side with dazzling splendor. Du Xiaofu did not dare to delay any longer. Under the protection of Little Star, he sat up cross-legged in the void. The law of thunder and lightning was activated. 18 bolts of spirit lightning buzzed as they rushed toward his body and drilled into the space between his brows. With Du Xiaofu's current heavenly sage cultivation and his control of lightning laws, it was easy to refine these spiritual thunders. One after another, the spiritual thunders were sucked into his body. Under the suppression and guidance of the lightning laws, they were gradually refined. A vast amount of energy suddenly surged out, rampaging through Du Xiaofu's body, slowly filling up his empty body. The wounds on his body healed one by one, and his shattered right arm was also regenerating. On his body, a powerful aura began to fluctuate and rise steadily. Good. Very good. Kid, you really won't disappoint me. Huolei Laozu stood at the side and nodded repeatedly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had his eyes closed and was adjusting his breathing, his round face had an unconcealable smile. He was greatly comforted and had a rare look of affection. That kid should be back by now. After looking at Du Xiaofu for a while, Huolei Laozu looked away and looked into the distance, as if waiting for something. Not good. The god fiend has caught up. Right at this moment, Starry suddenly shouted loudly,